Since there's only one council person present, I can tell you that I spoke to.
No, I think there's more than one.
We have, I think, all
There's
five.
4 or 5.
Okay.
Hail, the gang's all here.
Hey, how you doing, Bruce?
Okay, how about yourself?
Trying hard to avoid reply all. Believe me.
We all
Good
do.
idea.
Are we ready to go? Alex?
Yes, I'm ready to go whenever you guys are. Yes.
Okay, great. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting and April 26, 2021 here at 5:31 for the purpose of a closed session meeting. Do we need to take roll call, please?
Councilmember Farrer,
Here?
Councilmember Silverstein,
Here.
Councilmember Euring,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Here.
Mayor Pearson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay. I think next is public comment on closed session items.
Yes, we have one speaker signed up, Ryan.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, you are.
Thank you. I can only surmise the closed session item has to do or discussion some of the employment matters, and I don't know what the litigation issue is, but my concern is that in the personnel issues that the city itself not preliminarily contractually bind itself or constrain itself from the ability to conduct the audits, the investigation, and cooperate with any state or federal banking authority or the DA or state AG or anything like that in any of the affairs of the city. That it be, if you're going to anticipate changing personnel or positions, that there be no deal that would prevent the city give a pass or exonerate or a contractual gag order from the city from reporting a crime or participating in prosecution. So those, I hate to have to bring this item up, but I just wanted to say don't do that because you have this issue on the agenda to go forth with this investigation and find out, what's to be found. And the second was, it had to do, and the reason I brought up the federal and state banking is the investment policy, which I know is a different item on the agenda, but the city of Malibu sent $250,000 across state lines to another bank in improper fashion for binding up the money for a term far exceeding what's allowed by law. And I understand that there was some disclosure about that, but that issue should be investigated as well. I know that you had to publicly handle that, but how we got there in the investment policy is related to the item that comes up tonight, but has nothing to do with our current treasurer. So the designated person who did that type of investing is this cascade of authority. And I'll speak to the other item. I'm not so sure if I signed up for it, but I'd like to that designation be only by the city council and not at the whim of another city official. That the city treasurer can't just pick someone else to do these things, or the city manager can't just pick another employee to invest the city's funds. That the only stand-in, the only designee be pre-authorized by vote of the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. And with that, we will recess to closed session. So I will see everybody at the other link. Thank you.
Managed to get in without my computer crashing. Amazing.
Just missing Paul at the moment, I think. Somebody want to shoot up a flare for Paul, maybe? Oh, wait, there he is. Okay. Alex, are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to call to order Malibu City Council regularly scheduled meeting for April 26, 2021 here at 6:31 p.m. This meeting is being held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate everyone's patience while we navigate the Zoom meeting process. Council members and city staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to sign up to speak on a particular item or the tab to watch the meeting, or click on the tab to watch the meeting. You will only be able to speak during the meeting if you sign up to speak before an item is called and are present in the Zoom meeting. So please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up and speak and download the Zoom application as needed. Council members, if you have comments to make during this meeting, please raise your hand and I or the mayor will call on you in turn so we can make our discussion clear for the record and the public. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Fair,
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein,
Here.
Councilmember Euring,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Here.
Mayor Pearson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, ready, begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the
The
flag
flag
of
of the United States of America
and
and
to
the republic
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Thank you. John, will you give us a closed session report, please?
Yes, Mayor Pearson, members of the council, good evening. There were 3 items on your closed session agenda tonight. As to the first, related to the potential initiation of litigation, and the third relating to the interim city manager, the council took no reportable actions. As to the second item, as you know, on January 16th, 2021, Attorney Therese Kanata sent a letter on behalf of Reva Feldman that expressed Ms. Feldman's desire to separate from city service, the basis for that request, and the proposed terms governing the separation from the city. Since receipt of that letter, the city has disputed any wrongdoing and disclaimed any liability to Ms. Feldman. The city has, however, negotiated a separation agreement, the terms of which were approved tonight by a vote of 5-0 in closed session. The agreement provides as follows. Ms. Feldman will no longer be the city manager and will separate from city service as of May 1st, 2021. Ms. Feldman will receive 2 $150,000 payments, the first on May 1st and the second on August 1st if she has not retained new employment as of that date. The city's insurer, the Joint Powers Insurance Authority, will contribute $150,000 of that total settlement amount. Ms. Feldman agrees to release all claims and covenants not to sue. The parties have agreed to a non-disparagement provision. Except as required by the Public Records Act, the parties agree that they will not discuss the nature, basis, or resolution of the alleged issues. And lastly, the agreement may not be construed as an admission by the city of any liability whatsoever or an admission by the city of any wrongdoing. That pretty much sums up the agreement. Once signed, a copy of the separation agreement will be available in the city clerk's office for public review. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to approval of the agenda, please.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to move up the items that were continued from the last meeting. That is items 6A, 7A, 7B, and 7C, to move those up before consent. And I would like to move items 2A, B, and C to the end of the agenda.
Okay, so Sebek, you're worried about the length of this meeting?
Well,
Yes, I'll take that as a yes. I saw a hand go up. Bruce?
Yeah, could I make a friendly amendment that we also agree to adjourn the meeting in honor of Carol Moss? And I read that there was going to be some kind of presentation, even though it was not on the agenda. Is that accurate?
Steve, you want to chime in on that, please?
Yeah, Bruce, I don't know whether this is a friendly amendment or a new motion altogether, but I would like to make a move that at our next meeting, we have a commemorative moment for Carol Moss. We can, I've talked to her daughter. It'll give her family, her friends, a couple of moments to stand up and say something. She was a wonderful woman. And I don't think there's too much, we can't do too much to remember her. So if the council agrees, we can put that on our agenda. I will work with Diane Moss and some of her friends to put together some pictures, maybe a video and some language that everybody can use. And we can do that at our next meeting if you guys will all agree to that.
I see a lot of nodding heads, so yes, and I just want to personally say thank you for taking initiative on that. I think it's a really good move, really well warranted. So we have a motion moving 6A, 7A, 7B, and 7C to what essentially becomes after 1-6, and then item 2, A, B, and C to the end. And we have a second, and I think we have a motion that also includes honoring Carol Moss. And I think it's accepted all the way around. Bruce?
No, actually, so I hadn't focused on it. So we're going to take public comment off to begin. I mean, I get the expediency and the efficiency of taking public comment out of the beginning, but I'm concerned about the precedent that sets and that what it does in terms of our listening to the residents who usually have an opportunity to speak before we go further. We're never going to get to that if we put it after the appeals.
Right.
but the problem is we don't get to our agenda items as we've seen, because now we have 4 continued items, and that seems to be the norm these days. So my motion stands.
Steve?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Bruce. We didn't hear public comment in the last meeting. And
Yeah, we did.
If we could get through the agenda, we would be better off all around, wouldn't we?
well, no, if we don't get through the agenda, what we can do is do what we did the other time. They have to schedule another meeton in end of the week to wrap it up. I mean, right?
It's really hard. I mean, it's a ton of extra work for staff, and it's not easy. I'd rather.
I think.
Let me ask a question here. Kelsey, how many people have signed up for public comment?
As of now, we have 9 speakers signed up for 2A.
Okay. If we cut it off at the 9, I think we can probably do that then and survive it.
That's a half an hour. Okay, I'll take that as an amendment.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just jump in, I'm totally fine with moving the city manager report to be to the end, but I did have 2 public safety related items that I would like to be able to bring forward One is introducing our new fire safety liaison, and the second is a report from Lieutenant Jim Braden on the incident at Zuma Beach. So if there's a way of working that in, I think that would be helpful.
Right, we have the 1A, so certainly there, and I've talked to Jim, he's gonna join on that. And then we can just add Chris in at that point? Okay,
Thank you.
okay, absolutely. So we have a motion, and I believe we have a second. Bruce?
I was just gonna suggest perhaps as a compromise to accomplish efficiency as well as to hear from the residents, maybe cut the public comment to 90 seconds tonight.
How about 2 minutes? That's not a bad idea.
I'll take that as an amendment.
Okay.
So-
Okay, so
Just tell us once again what we're moving. So I just,
okay, 6A, 7A, 7B, 7C come after 1-6. 2B and C go to the end, and 2A is limited to 2 minutes, and I think we have 9 speakers. And of course, Carol Moth is going to be honored with a tribute at the next city council meeting. Does that reflect the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call, please.
Moment. Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
yes.
Mayor Protem Grisanti,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, great. Next up, can we have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on April 16th, 2021, with the amended agenda posted on April 22nd, 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are at item 1A, presentation of accommodations to Los Angeles County Sheriff deputies and those who contributed to the apprehension of a potential shooter at Zuma Beach on April 11th, 2021. Can we have those? Oh, there they are. Hi, sheriffs. And I think I saw Danetti too. If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Danette, sorry. I don't know why I added an E at the end or.
The camera is not on.
Okay. Well, there's James, there's Jim.
I'm glad because.
Danette, do you want, oh,
I'm gonna move my chair.
can we turn on Danette's camera if she so wishes, or maybe you don't want to, Danette, I don't know.
Let's see.
I saw her earlier tonight. There we
There
go.
you are.
All right.
Thank you for joining us very much. Okay. Whereas on April 11th, 2021, Deputy Kyle Murphy and Deputy Matthew Regan received a call for service of a suspicious person in a trench coat harassing beachgoers at Zuma Beach. And whereas after Deputy Murphy and Deputy Regan arrived at Zuma Beach, they contacted the citizen informant, Danette Eilenberg, who provided intel on the suspicious person was hiding in a van. And whereas the deputies responded to Pacific Coast Highway and located the vehicle where the suspect was hiding and refused to come out. And whereas Deputy Murphy used his superior verbal skills to convince the uncooperative suspicious person to exit the vehicle, while Deputy Regan provided cover and protection. And whereas Deputy Murphy observed the suspect to be carrying a rifle and 3 handguns under the suspect's trench coat and quickly disarmed him. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Malibu City Council commends Miss Danette Eilenberg for her observations and reporting of the suspect leading to his arrest, and Deputies Kyle Murphy and Matthew Regan for their quick actions that surely protected the beachgoers from the suspect's unknown nefarious plans, and thanks them for their efforts to ensure the safety of the Malibu community. Deputies Kyle Murphy and Matthew Regan and Danette Eilenberg are here to accept their accommodations, and I want to turn it over to Jim now to give a short on top of that. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, so what I'll say on this is that I appreciate her effort and that this person harassing her, when someone gives us the opportunity to contact someone instead of just going on social media or just letting it go, it gives us the opportunity to go contact them. In this case, it's amazing what the result was. And just with like Kyle and Matthew, we have body cams, so I'm not working that day, but I can watch their arrest. So I see exactly what happened and everything else. And I'll say like a couple of the words in that thing were the nefarious plans of this guy. People have to understand that when this arrest was made, it's not as simple as you think. There's several complex things that go into play because we don't know on the front end of this if this guy's the lone guy. We don't know if he has other caches of weapons at houses. This takes hours and days, like in the initial part of this, to find this out. Like the girl that was a lead investigator on that, she works with the ATF task force through our major crimes unit. She actually used to work on your beach team for me. And, but it takes hours and days. It's between interviewing the suspect, that even talks with his family, talks with his associates, finding out where those guns came from, finding out if there's more guns, finding out if there's any residents that we could serve warrants on. There's a lot that goes into it. So thinking, oh, you were left out of the loop, you're left out of the loop on purpose because it was safer for the community, because the investigation, it can be foiled if too much information goes out on the front end of it. And that's just the way it is. It's not trying to keep anybody out of knowing what's going on. There is different instances with different crimes where we can immediately report it to the public. But in this situation, who knows what was foiled for this guy, or who knows what his intention was that day in the city of Malibu or any other city in Southern California. So it's an effort on everyone's part, and I think it's just wonderful the way it turned out. And I just encourage the public to work with the sheriff's department and the sheriff's department to work with the public in because this is what the result could be.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Braden. And Danette, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for.
Thank you, Danette.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, well, I'm so happy that it turned out the way it did. And, you know, I have immense gratitude to you guys because you put your life in jeopardy every day going on what would be a random call and finding out that this guy has a vehicle fully loaded with an arsenal of weapons. So I'm happy to do my civic duty.
Well done, well done. Deputy, I'll turn it over to City Council second. Also, just a personal thank you. Amazing job. We are so appreciative. And if you have any words to say, now's the time.
Or if there's any questions on the arrest or any of the investigation, you can ask questions at this time.
Okay, well, I'll let the other city councilors see. Bruce wants to speak.
Thank you, Mike. So, you know, most people would not have called the sheriff. Indeed, nobody other than Danette did call the sheriff. So we have a huge debt of gratitude to that. I mean, who knows what could happen here. Mass shootings occur in this country at an alarming pace, especially when you consider that just one is too many. And at the same time, law enforcement is under heavy scrutiny for its mistreatment of people of color, and that's for good reason. Fortunately, that's not here. That's not here. So it's great to see a positive story coming out of Malibu. A mass shooting was averted. Nobody was mistreated. And Danette and LA Sheriff's Department have our deepest gratitude for their swift action in this matter. Thank you.
And that's where also Deputy Murphy and Deputy Regan being commended for that. Their actions, what Bruce just said, it was their actions on the front end of this arrest why it didn't result in a shooting or anything else, in their professionalism.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm sorry, Steve, am I interrupting?
No, go ahead. Go.
Danette, I just get chills thinking about this, and we've known each other a long time, and I just want to thank you so much. Yeah, I think a lot of people would have just been freaked out about it and gotten away as quickly as possible. Thank you for making that call. It just goes to show anything could happen any day, and I'm sure the sheriffs don't need a reminder about that. And I want to thank Deputies Murphy and Regan. Thank you for your action, and we just really appreciate the way you do put yourselves on the line every day, and the entire city and everybody visiting our city owes you a debt of gratitude. And thank you so much to Lieutenant Braden. I hope you
you're
know how much
welcome.
we appreciate you.
You're welcome. I really, I appreciate all the aspects of this. I appreciate what Bruce said also. And the deputies here, I worked on different shifts with different deputies, and just like these two deputies, they're some of our newer deputies, but I was so proud to see their actions in this arrest of this situation that could have turned into a very volatile situation. That just the quick thinking actions of the deputy when he realized what was going on and that this guy was armed in the way he was, really resulted in no one getting hurt. And I think it's just wonderful what the outcome was.
Yeah, thank you. Steve?
Just real quick, Daniette and the deputies, you guys did a marvelous job. Thank you very, very much.
Welcome. Lieutenant Braden, I was just wondering what the status is with Kyle Kitty.
I'll check on it and report in the future. He has a future court date. I don't know the exact date, but I know it's in about a month from now. He's still in custody at this time, and he still has a bail of $60,000.
And was there
Which
any
wasn't-
psychiatric? Oh.
He is at Twin Towers facility, and he is being reviewed for psychological issues. The DA's office ended up filing all the charges on him, which was carrying a loaded weapon on himself. And that's not just for the one weapon, it's 4 charges for that. Carrying loaded guns in vehicles, because there was 2 other guns that were loaded in his vehicle, and also carrying a concealed weapon. So the DA's office came through filing the charges, and no one lowered his bail. He's still in custody. So it's headed in the right direction. But I'll get an update as soon as he goes to court again. I'll make sure I report back on it.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
I just want to say thank you to Danette and also to the sheriffs and deputies, because this could have gone so wrong. And because you took the time, Danette, to pick up the phone and report it. And because our sheriffs are so well-equipped and well-trained that they were able to extract this guy from his car without hurting him or anybody else. And it is such a relief. And I really thank the professionalism all you guys put into this. Thank you.
Yeah, Bruce.
It's a quick question for Jim. So
Yeah.
Jim, there's some this controversy on social media about whether this gentleman came here from some other place that day or whether he was living in his vehicle in Malibu. Do you have any information on that you're capable of sharing?
Okay. Well, what I did find out, like the initial van in the video, like when Deputy Murphy and Deputy Regan arrested that guy, I didn't recognize that van, but I got information from, some of it was from social media, that there was another vehicle that they believed this guy was using, which that was brought to my attention. I went down there, ran the plate on that vehicle. It did come back registered to him, and there was a trailer attached to it. So we did do a search of that vehicle, and we did tow that other vehicle. That other vehicle, it was a black Ford Ranger. I had seen that vehicle before at Zuma Beach. So he had been around some.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you, everybody. Much appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Eva, would you like to introduce Chris to us now?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to announce that the new public safety liaison, the new fire safety liaison, who has taken the place of Jerry Vandermeulen, who was the first ever in that position. Jerry has decided to actually retire, even though he had already retired before he came to Malibu. And so Chris is now taking over. He is a very experienced firefighter. He comes to us from the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm just very excited to have him on board. I saw him just jump into the meeting. I'm not sure, Alex, if you could turn his camera on so that everyone can see his face, and he will be doing the same things that Jerry did for us the last couple of years. And he is available to conduct fire hardening, home hardening assessments, and assist our community in being ready for wildfire season. So Chris, welcome aboard. It's a pleasure to have you. And if you want to say a few words, this is your moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Reva. That was perfect timing. I was able to log back in. My internet dropped me. Wonderful technology these days. Yeah, I'm in place. I did 2 weeks shadowing with Jerry. I have a really good concept of what's going on moving forward with a lot of the home hardening inspections. We are preparing for Wildfire Community Preparedness Day on May 1st. Put a press release out for that, and instantly the home hardening assessments picked right up. So getting several of them a day scheduled. So moving forward with that, and I'm excited and happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I did want to share it with the community as well that Chris has actually fought on fires in Malibu in his previous position. So he's very familiar with the challenges at the terrain and everything that we go through here.
Yes, I spent 14 days on Woolsey here. Some of it directly in the city. Most of it was up Yerba Buena, Deer Creek, that area. But again, I'm extremely happy to be here and thankful for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chris. Looking forward to getting to know you. Thank you very much.
Anytime, Mayor.
Okay. All righty. We are going to move on to item 1B, presentation of California Redistricting 101, how to get involved. Oh, we have Derek Taylor and Isra making a presentation. Sorry, forgot that part.
Hello, good evening, council members. Mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity and inviting myself and my colleague, Commissioner Taylor, to come and give a brief introduction about what's happening with California's redistricting process. But before we begin the formal presentation, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Isra Ahmed, and I'm from San Jose, California. In my day job, I work with the local government here at County of Santa Clara in the County Executive's Office, and I serve as one of the 14 commissioners. I will allow Commissioner Taylor, to introduce himself.
Good evening. My name is Derek Taylor. I'm a married father of 3. I currently live in Los Angeles. In my day job, I'm an investigator with the LA County Sheriff's Department, and my understanding is that you're having much success with that department. So that's wonderful, and thank you for the opportunity to present. Isra?
Thank you. Next slide. So what is redistricting? Redistricting is drawing new boundaries that determine which Californians are represented by each elected official. Next slide.
You might be wondering why we have to redraw district lines every 10 years. It is important to note that a lot changes in 10 years. Communities change, which include priorities, interests, goals, and things that make up your community. People are born and die and move within California and out. Communities grow and shrink. Areas where there once was roughly the same number of people become unequal. These are some of the reasons districts need to be redrawn. As communities change, the districts need to be updated to reflect those changes. Next slide.
One of the greatest powers that the people of California and the people of Malibu have is to elect their own representatives to conduct the business of their government. How the district boundaries are configured can make the difference between empowering and maximizing the voters' voices or minimizing and muting those voices. In most other states, politicians redraw districts. and often end up drawing safe districts for themselves to allow them to stay in office. Redistricting also has been used at times to exclude communities from political power. By fully participating in and monitoring the upcoming redistricting process, more communities may have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. Your input is valuable in shaping the new political boundaries. Next slide.
How redistricting affects you. Excuse me. Oh, we got lost. Next slide, please. The road to fair representation. The census every 10 years, the U.S. population is counted. And again, that data is used to draw the new maps to account for the population shifts. Reapportionment, the federal reallocation of House seats among the states, is done after the national census to ensure seats are held by the states in proportion to the size of the population. And this actually was just released today, the reapportionment data. So California has gone from 53 seats to 52. And the redistricting is drawing those new boundaries that determine which voters are represented by each electoral districts. Fair representation, historically, legislatures have drawn maps that allowed them to choose their voters rather than enabling voters to choose their representatives. This former system undermines the concept of fair representation, which is to give people the power to choose their representatives. Next slide, please.
So why does independent redistricting matter? We've talked about how redistricting affects you, and now we will explain why independent redistricting matters. Democracy depends on voters having the opportunity to choose their representatives. When elected officials redraw the lines of their own districts, they get to design their own territory and choose who their voters are. This slide highlights key terms in redistricting to help understand why it's important to delegate the power of redistricting to the people. Gerrymandering happens when the election district boundaries are drawn in a way that gives a particular set of people an unfair political advantage over another. The graph here shows how a jurisdiction with 50 people, so 60% orange and 40% purple, how 5 districts can be drawn in multiple ways, but it's not always fair. The first 2 examples show 2 ways to draw district lines in a fair manner, where the districts are drawn to reflect the population proportionally. The 2 examples on the far right show ways to draw district maps in a manner that does not necessarily reflect the population fairly, which is referred to as gerrymandering. This is why an independent commission, like California's commission, was created to remove the politics from the process and focus on the people. Next slide.
The commission must follow these weighted criteria in this order when drawing district maps. We must consider equal population. We must consider the Voting Rights Act. We must consider contiguity. We must consider communities of interest. We must consider geography. The geography must be compact. And we must consider nesting. In addition, the place of residence of any incumbent or political candidate may not be considered in the creation of a map, and districts may not be drawn for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent, political candidate, or political party. Next slide.
So there are several redistricting efforts happening at the same time. We're here to highlight the state level redistricting efforts. So the commission is tasked with drawing congressional districts, Senate districts, state assembly districts, and Board of Equalization districts. However, there are multiple redistricting efforts happening concurrently. So there's counties across the state who are redistricting, there are cities, there are school districts, and there are also other redistricting efforts, including water districts, community college districts, and more. Next slide.
And can we continue? Next slide, please. We're trying to reduce this. And one more slide. Thank you. Who we are. Meet the 2020 Commission. We are a 14-member commission made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 members not affiliated with either of those 2 parties. The commissioners are diverse in geography as they are in opinions and expertise. There are 7 from Northern California, 7 from Southern California, 8 women and 6 men. We range in age from the 30s to our 60s. I fall somewhere in the middle. There are NGO leaders, engineers, pastors, law enforcement officers, political scientists, a lawyer, and a public servant. Join us at one of our commission meetings. They are currently all held online due to COVID-19. Instructions and a link to attending our online meetings are available on our website. Next slide, please.
So briefly, what are our duties? After the educational sessions, which is what we are in right now, the commission will hold public input meetings and accept community input and public testimony to assist in drawing the new electoral maps. The commission will draw 4 maps, as I've mentioned before, and we just heard today, so that 53 is now officially a 52 for congressional districts, 40 state Senate districts, 80 state assembly districts, and 4 Board of Equalization districts. This slide shows an example from Sacramento to demonstrate what different maps look like for each district type. Next slide.
Next slide, please. Communities of interest. When drawing maps, we have to be mindful of communities of interest. That's especially pertinent to the city of Malibu. We want the input from your community of interest. We can obtain the city and county information, but we need the communities of interest information from California. Communities of interest are defined as concentrated populations which share common social and economic interests that should be included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. Examples include areas in which the people share similar living standards, have similar cultures, use the same transportation facilities, have similar work opportunities, or have access to the same media. People can belong to multiple communities of interest. Keep in mind that a community of interest is not the same as an entire district, but communities of interest are key building blocks of districts. Some ways to describe your community include geography, which include waterways, rural, urban, mountain areas, boundaries, cities, towns, counties, and school areas, and things that you have in common. Next slide, please.
So participating in the process. This is where your input is vital to the success of the commission. We've identified the different ways that communities can participate in 3 simple steps. The first step, describe your community. Tell us about your community. What are your shared interests? What brings you together? What is important to your community? Second, draw your community on a map. And then third, send your testimony directly to the commission. We just launched, I shouldn't say just, a couple months now, a tool called the COI tool, the Community of Interest tool. It can be found at drawmycacommunity.org. This tool allows Californians to go directly into a mapping platform and draw their community directly on a map. Along with that map, you can provide written testimony to go with your map and submit that directly to the commission. Next slide.
Ways to provide public input. And this is where we'll leave you for the sake of time for today. You can provide public input to the commission in several ways, including submitting your input through the Community of Interest Mapping tool, the COI tool. You can visit us on our website at wedrawthelinesca.org. You can email us, you can phone us, or you can use snail mail. You can send us a letter. In addition to English, the online COI tool is also available in Spanish, simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, Vietnamese, Tagalog, Korean, Armenian, Farsi, Arabic, Russian, Japanese, Punjabi, and Khmer. And we look forward to your community engaging with us so that we can have your input. It's a collaborative process, and we thank you for this opportunity to present to you. If there's any questions, we're available for as long as you allow us to answer those questions. Thank you.
Isra and Derek, thank you so much for that. Very informative. I'm very interested in the process, so thanks for educating us. And Now you only have like 480 other cities to do the same presentation to, so you're not going to be busy at all.
No.
Thank you very much. Counselors, do you have any direct questions at this point? All right, well, thank you. Thank you both so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are now on to City Council Reorganization 1C. Presentations to outgoing mayor. I guess that won't be me. How about Paul? You have a hand up.
Mikey, I'm proud to present to you on behalf of the City Council in the City of Malibu with deep appreciation for outstanding service and dedication as Mayor of the City of Malibu 2020 and 2021, this award.
Wow, good pass. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Remarks by outgoing mayor.
Mayor Pearson, I just wanted to mention that Pamela Conley-Ulick had signed up to give a presentation, but we can't find her in the meeting at this time, so we'll be moving on.
Okay, thank you for that. Didn't occur to me, so thank you. Thank you again. The last 2 years, and for my time as mayor, have been anything but boring. I'd probably paraphrase it more as all-consuming. I am truly grateful for my time as mayor. The thing about being mayor is that you have a bigger opportunity to help people, to help your community, and to make a positive impact in the world. And city government is not easy. There are so many layers and rules and hoops and hurdles to jump through. But there's also those moments when you get a chance to make a positive difference and to steer things in the right way. I really appreciate those moments, whether it helps with in the bigger sense or just even helps one person. I haven't done this alone, that's for sure. I am forever grateful to City Manager Reva Feldman and her amazing staff. I know it can be hard to see, but this group of people work so hard for our community, and I really appreciate all that they do, especially through this pandemic, which just hasn't made anything any easier. And as this is Reva's last week at the city, there will be a goodbye event for those that you want to say thank you, and that'll be on Wednesday at 5 o'clock, and we'll get information on that out as soon as we can. I also want to take a moment to thank my bigger Malibu team. I very much appreciate and rely on so many residents that help me see what's happening in our city and help me figure out solutions. You know who you are, and I truly appreciate each and every one of you. It's interesting having a job where there's no chance of making everyone happy, but I very much appreciate the trust and the faith that many of you have put in me. I never take it for granted, and it has been my honor to be your mayor. Thank you very much. Now, we are on to election of mayor. Okay, the floor is now open for nominations for mayor. Oh, Karen, your hand's up.
I will nominate Paul Grisanti.
Okay, do we have a second? Steve seconds the motion. Oh, sorry, you're muted. I just saw your hand up. I thought you were.
Yeah, I would like, and I don't want to, I like to go back to the process we began with in tradition. And to do that, I don't know if it's going to go any place, but I'd like to nominate Bruce Silverstein for mayor. He would have been there, he got mayor pro tem the first time.
Okay, so wait, maybe we should do one motion at a time. We have two motions going at once.
Mayor Pearson, you
Yeah.
should collect all the nominations for mayor. They don't need to be seconded, and then we'll do the roll call vote, and each council member will say who they're voting for.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Bruce and a nomination for Paul. Do you have another nomination, Bruce?
Actually, as much as I appreciate the gesture by Steve, I can read the writing on the wall. So I'm going to respectfully decline the nomination. I appreciate it, Steve. But I do want to nominate Steve, and let me explain why. First of all, at the initial meeting of this new council, Steve was initially nominated as Mayor Pro Tem, and he actually secured the vote. Steve received the second highest number of votes in the election, so if we're not going to follow tradition, that's at least the closest to following tradition. He served for many years on the Planning Commission, including as chair. He has a demonstrated dedication to the vision and mission of Malibu. There are no potential development-oriented conflicts of interest. He's familiar with the staff from years of work serving on the Planning Commission, and that's going to be important in this time of transition. He has the right demeanor for the position. He's not condescending to the residents. He appreciates the importance of discussion and process. He appreciates the importance of transparency, accountability, and ethics. He's retired. He has the time needed to do the job, which again is going to be important during this time of transition. And essentially, he's the perfect person for the job in this time of transition. It's going to be very important to have someone to have some continuum. So I nominate Steve.
Okay, so we have Council Member Hearing and Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti are both nominated for mayor. Are there any further nominations? Okay. Hearing no further names, nominations for mayor are now closed. Clerk, can you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Fair,
Paul Grisanti,
Councilmember Silverstein,
Steve Urick,
Councilmember Euring,
Paul Grisanti.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Paul Grisanti.
Mayor Pearson.
Paul Grisanti.
Congratulations, Paul.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Hang on. Now we have election of Mayor Pro Tem. The floor is now open for nominations. Steve.
I'd like to nominate Bruce.
Okay, Council Member Silverstein is nominated for Mayor Pro Tem. Are there further nominations? Paul.
I'd like to nominate Steve Urick for Mayor Pro Tem.
Steve Urick is, Council Member Urick is nominated for Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any other nominations? Okay, hearing no further names, nominations for Mayor Pro Tem are now closed. Can you please call roll call? Oh, sorry. Yes, Steve.
Just one quick comment. I mean, I believe when we did the first vote for Mayor Pro Tem, you know, there was some concern of our ability to work together and to effectively get things done. There was a lot going on, and that may have been one of the major influences in Bruce not getting the nomination based on tradition. I have seen a huge change in the demeanor of our meetings. I have seen we have demonstrated the ability to get things done, and we'll get better at it. And I would like to go back to the traditional piece that said Bruce was the leading vote getter. I really think he deserves it. That's it.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fair,
Steve Urick,
Councilmember Pearson,
Oh, wow. That's so weird. I really appreciate that we're trying to work together, and I feel it too. I feel it slowly coming on. I know that there's tradition here and there's protocol and all of that, and we've discussed that probably too much already. I hope and pray for our Mayor Pro Tem and presumably next mayor that we can bring forward a tradition of all working together while we always don't agree, which is fine. We shouldn't, or why have a council. but I hope we can do it with respect. And I would hope we can treat each other respectfully here at City Council. And I hope the same thing on social media. I think our city has made it very clear that they want us to work together. I think on both sides, if there's sides of this thing, we've heard loud and clear, please work together. Please find a way. So I was hoping to get it just even a nod of an agreement that that's a fair way for us all to go forward as a group. And I'm happy to vote for either one of you on that. I just want to work together as a functioning, effective unit for the citizens in the city of Malibu. And I would ask, I guess, you two, if that's fair.
What's your vote?
Is your question fair or your statement fair? Is that what you want to know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any disagreement that we've got to learn how to work together. All right. And I'll go back to my earlier statement. I think we've demonstrated we can do that. It's like I said in the beginning, you know, what you grow into position, you grow into your job once you get into it and begin to understand it. And I think that's what I've seen happen. And I think it's made us more productive. And back to your thing, your statement says, you know, we've got to demonstrate to the community that we're willing to work together. And I think the best way to do that is put Bruce in as mayor pro tem.
Bruce, what do you think? Is my hope and comments fair? Can we do that? I will gladly vote for you if you just tell me that we can do that.
Mikey, I didn't hear anything from you that I disagreed with. I thought that was a perfectly appropriate way to look at things, and I think that's where we've been headed, and I think we've been functioning very well, particularly in the closed sessions the last few weeks, but we've been functioning pretty well. We've had almost all unanimous decisions, and when we've disagreed, it's been on substance, which is the way it ought to be.
And can we all agree not to go after each other in different forums? Can we do that? And I promise to do the same thing. I'm not asking to sign anything. I'm just asking for if that's a fair intention. And then I will cast my vote for you if that's a
My
fair.
intention is to be on my best behavior.
Okay, so I'm going to take it your word that we're all on the same page, and I will vote for Bruce.
Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you, Mikey.
Councilmember Silverstein.
And this is really hard for me because for all the reasons I just said about Steve, I think Steve should have been the mayor. But Steve, I appreciate your nominating me, and I'll vote for myself.
Excellent.
Councilmember Uri.
Bruce.
Mayor Grisanti.
Steve.
Congratulations, Bruce. You've earned it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, you know what? I was supposed to turn this over after you were named Mayor, Paul, and nobody stopped me. I was wondering why the script didn't quite read right. So
I haven't been sworn in yet, Mikey.
We'll move forward. What's that?
I haven't been sworn in yet, so you're still the mayor.
We got to fix the script. Anyhow.
We typically turn it over for the election of the mayor pro tem, but Mayor Grisanti is correct. He has not been sworn in yet, so that is next.
Okay, I think it's time then. I will finish up by saying welcome to our mayor and our mayor pro tem, and time to administer the oath of office to the newly elected mayor and the mayor pro tem. With that, I'm silent.
Okay, I'm ready if you're ready. The oath of office will be administered by Sarah Grisanti, my wife, who knows me better than anybody, I hope.
Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Paul Grisanti,
I, Paul Grisanti,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will diligently serve
that I will diligently serve
as mayor of the city of Malibu,
as mayor of the city of Malibu,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the state of California
and the Constitution of the state of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the state of California,
to the Constitution of the state of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you. Okay. I guess it comes to me now to make some remarks, and they're going to be short because we've got a very long agenda.
Mayor Grisanti, before that, if I could swear in the new Mayor Pro Tem.
Please do.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Bruce Silverstein,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will diligently serve
that I will diligently serve
as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Malibu,
as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Malibu,
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations.
Thank you. And my hand was up the whole time, but the green screen keeps blocking it out.
We could see it, Bruce. All right. This is terrific. My remarks are very brief. I look forward to spending the next 9.5 months trying to rebuild the faith in the government of the city of Malibu and rebuilding our staff and their confidence in us as city council people. And I hope that the citizens of Malibu will appreciate my manner of speaking, but I will warn you, I have a tendency to be concise. So thank you very much for electing me to this and entrusting me with this responsibility. Thank you. Okay. Now, as I recall, we're going to do the consent calendar and then go to 6A. Is that correct? No, we're going straight to 6A.
We're going to do 2A at 2 minutes, as I remember, and then go to 6A.
All right. 2A at 2 minutes. Do we have speakers waiting?
We do have speakers. We have 10 speakers now. We'll set their timers for 2 minutes each. The speakers are Mark Bowdy, Brennan Linder, Pamela Conley-Ulick, W. Scott McCullough, Ryan, Craig Hill, Diane Moss, Howard Rudsky, Marissa Coughlin, and Colin Drummond. Our first speaker is Mark Bowdy.
Good evening, Mark. You there? Has Mark been unmuted?
It always takes you have to wait a few moments for them to unmute them.
Thank you, Mikey.
Comments are 2 minutes per person or 3?
2.
It's 2. I'm having an issue adjusting the timer, but I'll keep track of it.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. So just three things real quick. I'll be under 2 minutes. I wanted to let you know that in terms of the general public, I think the feeling and the vibe is the opposite of what Steve Euring is saying. The perception is you're not working together, you're not getting along, you're not getting enough done. And I believe the perception of voters and residents is when we hear someone like Steve say, we're getting better and we're getting stuff done, it sounds like mostly self-congratulations, not backed by any real substance. Now, maybe that will change. I don't know. It's something we can hope for. I wanted to flag something for you on the ASL. Those of you that watched or read about Judge Carter's decision, I will tell you that the county was not pleased with Bruce Silverstein's speech about how an ASL should not be put in Malibu. It should go to Santa Monica or Oxnard. You need to move on this. You are going to get sued. This is a very ripe area for plaintiffs' lawyers, and they know that Malibu thus far has not gotten anything done on the ASL. So they view Malibu as a place where white people talk about getting it done, but ultimately they stall and they block and they delay. And the speech Bruce gave did not help. So if you can get moving on that and show us that you can get something done, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowdy. Who's next?
Our next speaker is Brennan Linder.
Are you there, Brennan?
I am, but the host has stopped my video, but if you can hear me, I will just speak without video. You don't necessarily need to see me.
We'll listen carefully.
But thank you very much for the time. I know you have a very packed agenda, so I will be very, very brief. But my name is Brennan Linder, and I am the race director for the upcoming 35th annual Malibu Triathlon. And with COVID restrictions slowly, I would say, decreasing there, and as well as the vaccination rates rising, our local health departments with LA County is actually predicting that fall events will be able to happen. So we're excited that the weekend of September 25th and 26th will be the 35th annual event. For those of you that haven't been to the event, it's an important fundraiser for Children's Hospital Los Angeles, raising over $50 million the past 10 years. And it features a really fun entertainment industry challenge, which Disney's won for the past couple of years. With new this year, we are adding a small pro course, which is going to be entirely within the Zuma parking lot, so it won't impact traffic. And then if many of you remember back in 2019, we did have a longer triathlon course, but we will not be having that this year, so the closure times will be much less. But my email is Brennan, BRENNAN, at malibutri.com. And you can always call me at 310-570-9501. And I'd like to present at a later time when the agenda gets shorter, but that is it. But thank you for the time, trying to work together. It's actually inspiring to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brennan.
Our next speaker is Pamela Conley-Ulick.
Hi, Pamela. Welcome.
Hi, thank you all for your service, Mayor Grisanti, Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein. I wanted to start with a quote by Emily Dickinson. If I can stop one heart from breaking, I shall not live in vain. If I can ease one life the aching, or cool one pain, or help one fainting robin up to his nest again, I shall not live in vain. I just wanted to ask that you recognize and take a moment in honor of our dear Carol Moss, who lived so fully her life and was one of the people that once you meet her, you'll never be the same. She helped so many people from all walks of life, and didn't matter who you were, she treated you the same. And I'm just so grateful for her and her family and all that they did for Malibu. And I hope and pray that as we go forward in the next, as we emerge from these COVID times, that we really do take a moment and remember, we're all here to help each other. We're all here to do the best we can. And I hope that you all can work together to make Malibu even better. And I know Carol's watching us. In my heart, I believe in all of you. And I know sometimes we don't agree with each other, but that's okay. We're still neighbors, and we still can help each other. And I know she did so much for the homeless. She did so much for the community, from the lagoon to whatever the cause. She would step Tai Chi. She'd get involved in the community. So let's try and maybe take this next year to just act like Carol. And I appreciate all of you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Pamela.
Our next speaker is W. Scott McCullough.
Are you there, Scott?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. McCullough.
All right. This should be very brief and concise. I registered for Open Communications largely because had I registered for 3A3, it would have had the effect of pulling it from the consent agenda. We are not asking you to pull it from the consent agenda, but if perchance there is discussion on that item, I'm available for questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ryan.
Are you there, Ryan?
Yes, I wanted to say also that I was blessed to have known Carol Moss personally and professionally, and that she was absolutely an amazing person, an asset to this community. And I would hope that when you form the Environmental Commission, that you could have it in recognition for the lifetime of work of Carol and what she's done for the sea and the mountains and for Malibu, that would be quite appropriate. And then second, I'd like to bring to the table the point of what comes around every May or June, and that is that the city of Malibu does not currently have a requirement for a parade permit for vehicles along Pacific Coast Highway or other city streets. And I think you need to and can have your Sheriff's Department and the Public Safety Commission tasked with defining and determining what a parade is, and lift some language from other cities if it's 8 or more vehicles in a coordinated simultaneous passage through particular streets, that there needs to be a designated permittee or the name of a group, and that you have the review and approval by the Sheriff's Department, that this all be obtained in advance, and that there's a permit fee, and that traffic control may be required. You might need a lead vehicle and a follower vehicle, and that there be a limited number of these such events and a limited number to any one group, permittee, or club or organization. And it's really past time for this, and I think it will have a net effect of reducing the noise and disturbance, the racing, and the controversy and unintended and consequences that the community has suffered for a long time. Thank you.
Interesting proposal, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Craig Hill.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations, Paul and Bruce. A couple of things, sneak preview of a smart new approach to firefighting. You'll hear more from the fire department in Sheila Kuehl's office soon, but I spent an afternoon with Craig Lapsley yesterday, the former Victoria State Fire Emergency Commissioner in Australia, who was here doing post-Woolsey fire workshops. He's been coordinating a new approach using Chinook heli tankers that hold 4 times as much water as the fire department's current copters. Their design is more maneuverable and makes water drops more surgically. The 4 Chinooks are stationed between LA, Ventura, and Orange counties. Since November, Craig shipped the copters down to Chile, where they've been working this fire season, fine-tuning the system. The new approach is both about the equipment and how it's used. They have technology that'll help them run better at night, like infrared cameras, and the ability of the pilot dropping the water to see on his screen a shot from a separate spotting copter to maintain orientation in smoky conditions. The new approach is to hit fires early with the biggest water drops, then have the ground crews come in following instead of as it has been where the aircraft are called in only when the fire is getting out of hand. So the new plan is more to extinguish right off the bat, day or night. The 3 counties are in the final stages of briefing their respective supervisors, and the whole system is expected to be operational this summer. Meanwhile, live hearings in the council chamber. I don't have time to talk about this now, but I have some real concrete ideas about how we can move this forward. I've been speaking with Alex Montana, the city's media tech guy. It's a bit of a catch-22. He needs direction from council. I think you guys are sort of waiting to hear the technological solution. So it's just a question of getting off the mark. I'd put in a word for the 3-minute public comments. The 2 minutes just doesn't do it. And finally, if one of you could say something about last week's administrative ruling about Edison's PSPS procedures, that would probably be something the public would like to hear about. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig.
Our next speaker is Diane Moss.
Are you there, Diane?
I'm here. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to take a minute on behalf of my family to thank you all so much for recognizing with such kindness the passing of my wonderful mother, Carol Moss. My mother really loved Malibu, as I think you all know. Through all the storms and fires and disagreements and coming together, she was really grateful that this was her home these last 57 years. She used to just say that she'd always pinch herself that she lived here because it was just so beautiful. And she really cared deeply about all of you. And I would know, I heard all the behind the scenes, everything from her. She shared everything with me. And I can tell you, every single one of you, even people she hadn't met yet, she really cared, even when she disagreed, since that's the theme of the evening. She just was always excited to find common ground with those who had differing views. She was inspired to work with her allies to help make things better here. And especially, as you all, a lot of you know, for the most vulnerable, for our natural environment that we all care about so much. And she used to laugh that Malibu was so full of anachronistic and colorful individualists, and yet marveled that there was still this really strong sense of community. She would always say that about Malibu, and that's what she loved most about this place, and that's what kept her here. I just, 52 years ago tomorrow, her husband, my dad, passed away on the beach, Malibu Colony. People who were around a long time will not forget that. There was not a day that went by practically in my childhood and all through, and it even happened after the Woolsey fire. I'm walking down the colony and somebody had to stop me to tell me the story of where they were and to give me and just tell me the story. And now there's this outpouring of support and love for my mom, and those are the testaments to the strength of this community and why I am so happy that this is my home. I'm glad to share with you that my mother's passing was as peaceful as my father's was tragic. And I hope that while many of us are very sad, that we also remember to celebrate this amazing 91 years. And as my dear friend and neighbor, Pamela Connolly-Ulick, said, to try to emulate the kind of compassion that she espoused and tried to live by. Ask ourselves, is what we're doing being compassionate to each other, to our environment?
Diane, that's your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for loaning your mother to us, Diane.
Thank you, darling.
Our next speaker is Howard Rudsky.
Howard, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, good evening, City Council, Riva, staff, and Mr. Cotty. Congratulations to Mikey for all your long hours and hard work. Great job as mayor. Paul, you have big shoes to fill, and we're expecting great things. And congratulations to Bruce. As all of you know, we've had an ongoing issue regarding our gate in Sycamore Park. City Council, thank you. You don't know how much it means to us to have all of you engaged and behind us and working with staff in this challenging situation, helping us every time I ask, and we want you to know how much that is appreciated. I want to let everyone know that all the staff, Richard, Reva, Jessica, the law firm, John, Trevor, Christy, and everyone else have done an unbelievable job in a difficult situation, and their skills, historical knowledge, and professionalism, and going the extra mile and way beyond. All the citizens should be very proud of them. The decision by Coastal not only affected our gate, but every citizen in Malibu, the validity of the LCP, and the sovereignty of Malibu. We didn't get the decision we wanted, but we got the one we expected. And we're confident with a great city council staff and legal team, the citizens in the city will prevail in the end. Regarding the last budget meeting, I'm sorry I didn't attend, but I heard it. And I think all the citizens should be very thankful and proud to the council and the staff. During this time of the last year, what they did is amazing. And to the sheriff's department, just wow. What do you say? You know, that could have been a mass shooting. It could have been a mass murder. And they took care of it in the professionalism they always have. So again, thank you, everybody. We really appreciate it. And congratulations to everybody. And let's have another great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Our next speaker is Marissa Coughlin.
Hey, Marissa, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
You can.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to change my original comments a little bit, but I would like to thank Reva for all the work she's done and her staff in all the years she's been here. I worked with her initially in finance and working with our adopted military unit, which I've been handling by myself for about 15 years now. But something really troubling happened. The past month and a half, I've worked in 4 states outside of California, obviously, 2 red, 2 blue. I met with city and county representation. And when I gave them my business card, I worked in more states, but 4 of them commented. I got a bit of a chuckle and a bit of a slap on the back of their awareness of our community disagreement with council. I have never in the 50 years I've been a professional consultant ever worked in any state or any place within California where anything other than high regard since Malibu became a city was lauded to our city. And the highest respect for Reva, who's well known throughout these jurisdictions I was in. But they said that they followed it because Malibu is an internationally known community, and we've been the forerunner in many resolutions and issues that have come to our city for consideration. And they thought the social media was very discomforting and very unpleasant, and said, good luck in getting anybody better than what you've had because no one will want to work there. And I'm bringing that to the council's attention because I think that's a very important. Perception is everything. And if people in other states are aware of this and today's, so I don't do social media for that reason. If you can't tell me to my face, I wish I could tell you to my face.
Marissa, that's your time.
Okay.
Thank you, Marissa.
I will continue later, and the school district is part of this as well. I'll write it out for you.
Thank you, Marissa.
Our final speaker is Colin Drummond.
Hi, Colin. Are you there?
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, Mayor Grisanti and Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, and thank you, Mayor Pearson, for all your work, and Reva very much. A number of residents have asked for a continuance on item 4C for a proposed build in the landslide assessment district of Big Rock. We're still waiting on answers to our current slope stability and improvements to our dewatering system with possibly a new assessment district, and cannot approve, we don't think it can approve any development projects in Big Rock right now.
Point of order, Mr. Drummond.
Yeah.
Isn't that an agendized item tonight? 4C?
Yeah, I guess it is. We're just asking for it to be continued because if it's going to go late, our geologist is very senior, so we don't want to have them.
Actually, I believe we voted at the beginning of this to go directly to that. We're going to go right to 6A. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I can continue? I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Yes?
Please continue.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, so we don't think there should be any development projects in Big Rock until we find out if the landslide mass is moving as a whole, as indicated by the cracking at the periphery, which EA and Associates have marked in January. City Council agreed in February 2021 in the meeting that we should schedule a meeting with staff, residents, and geologists to discuss these issues, but that hasn't happened yet. If you're moving items up before, it may not get heard tonight anyway. We just hope you can decide to continue this to the fall or later, or whatever is appropriate after we've received some solid answers on the stability of the hill, and bring back an item to City Council regarding our assessment district and development, and result from any meetings before then. If you can also consider the age of the appeals veteran expert, as we've asked in a previous email, having him and the rest of the team wait until midnight or something would be very difficult, and we just want to have some empathy for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item, and as the council reordered the agenda, you'd go to 6A next.
Okay, moving to 6A. I'm sorry.
Mayor, members of the council, good evening. I'll give a brief staff report. The item before you tonight involves a recommendation to engage Evan Janess and George Newhouse to conduct an investigation into the allegations set forth in the Jefferson Wagner affidavit. As you know, at the Malibu City Council meeting on December 14th, 2020, the city was made aware of an affidavit from outgoing Councilmember Jefferson Wagner that contains allegations of wrongdoing. The council has engaged in a process to find an investigator that culminated on March 26, 2021, when, after narrowing the candidates based on cost and certain other factors, council members Farrer and Silverstein conducted interviews of attorneys from several law firms, Crow Mooring, Cater Adams, and again, Evan Janess and George Newhouse. Based on those interviews, council members Farrer and Silverstein recommend that the council engage Evan Janess and George Newhouse to conduct the investigation of the allegations contained in the affidavit. Janess and Newhouse proposed to join forces to investigate the allegations. Our proposal and summary of the background and experience of Janess and Newhouse was attached to the staff report. They are proposing a $400 hourly fee and have estimated that they will be able to conduct the investigation for approximately $50,000. Of course, the final fee for their services could be greater or lesser than $50,000, but they intend to keep the council apprised by interfacing with client representatives Farrer and Silverstein. As this is an ad hoc recommendation, I'll turn it over to council members Farrer and Silverstein to add anything beyond what I've said.
Okay, thank you, John. Yes, this is one of the items that had to be continued from the last meeting, and I think you summed it up accurately. That was a unanimous vote by Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein and myself, and I move to approve the recommendation to engage Evan Janess and George Newhouse to conduct the aforementioned investigation.
Mayor Grisanti, we do have one public speaker before you get too far into the item.
Okay. Who do we have, and are they ready to speak?
We have Mark Bowdy, and we'll unmute him now.
Okay. Are you there, Mark?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. So I'll keep it short. The one thing about the way this agenda item showed up that was troubling is it identifies the two client representatives as Karen Ferrer and Bruce Silverstein. And while I don't argue about who you picked two very qualified lawyers. Because there are two schools of thought on this, in terms of the reasons for the investigation, Bruce Silverstein cannot be the client representative. Bruce Silverstein packaged the affidavit. He drafted it. it's a given that he's going to be interviewed, and you can't have the client representative be someone who's interviewed. Some people in town believe the Wagner affidavit is evidence. I'm not in that camp. I believe it's a packaged fraud. And, my concern, because of the fraud that Bruce packaged in Florida, is if he is a client rep, he's going to interfere with a smooth investigation. So someone needs to make a motion for him to not be the client representative. That's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowdy. I see Bruce's hand.
I wanted to continue the report from Karen and me as to what we did and why we're recommending what we're recommending. I'm glad Mark had a chance to speak first. So the city clerk sent out requests to, I think it was 13 or 14 law firms that were identified by different members of council as potential firms to retain. And we received 5 proposals. The others didn't respond. We eliminated, Karen and I eliminated 2 of those firms based on cost. And it was because they were exorbitant. So we just knocked them out of the boat. And it didn't appear that they were so superior or even superior at all to the others that we were losing anything by taking them out because of cost. We then interviewed 3 firms, and I have to say they were all excellent. They were all qualified. We picked Evan Janess and George Newhouse. They have very good qualifications. Basically, I have to say though, in my opinion, I think this was Karen's as well, they presented best in the interview. They had the right answers to the questions. They seemed to be genuinely to understand everything. They just had a good grasp on the allegations and how to address them. That's not to say the other 2 firms were not excellent as well. And I have to say there's a big caveat, and it's Mark Bowdy. We learned during the interviews that Mark Bowdy was the source of the recommendation of Ms. Janess and Mr. Newhouse. And we spoke about that with them. And there's not just this fact that he made a recommendation. Ms. Janess's law firm is housed in space that Mr. Bowdy's firm leases her. They've been associated for various things for many years. I don't know if they work together, but they know each other well. They speak, I think she said, once a week or so. But notwithstanding that, her credentials seemed impeccable. Her integrity seemed impeccable. And Karen even offered that if the connection with Mr. Bowdy was troubling to me, we would take them off the table. And I said, no. I mean, substantively, they presented the best. I thought they had the best ability to do this. And I agreed that they ought to be the ones we recommend. I don't agree with anything that gentleman says. I think he's got political motivations. I think he has clients and others that he speaks on behalf of without disclosing, but that's for another day. But I think that I can do a fair and objective job serving as a client representative. Karen and I agreed neither of us would have any conversations with the lawyers alone. Everything that we do would be together. And basically, we're just somebody that they're going to report to so that we can understand what's going on and decide whether and when we need to get the whole council involved in closed session to find out what's happening. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. May I treat that as a second?
Sure.
Okay. Any other discussion? May I call the question?
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. I believe our next is 7A, correct?
Yes.
Do I read it or?
Yeah, it's your item, Mayor. You should-
Okay, very good. At the request of, I'm asking for the council to authorize the mayor to submit letters of support for Senate Bills SB 55 regarding development in very high fire hazard severity zones and SB 765 related to setback requirements for accessory dwelling units, And also send a letter to the State Assembly Joint Legislative Audit Committee to request a state audit of Metropolitan Water District of Southern California in order to have a comprehensive investigation into the allegations and concerns regarding the workplace culture. Many other communities in Southern California, which are customers, although it's removed by our water, a good portion of it comes from Metropolitan Water District, although it comes through District 29 and other things, but they're a major importer of water. And so they're working for us remotely. So most cities in Southern California who buy their water have now requested this. We're a little late because we missed getting it through the agenda last time, and that's why I would like to request that. 55 is a bill that's sponsored by Henry Stern. It's good business for us to support this bill because it really has a lot to do with preventing subdivisions and higher fire severity zones. And Senate Bill 765 relates to setback requirements for accessory dwelling units. So if there's any questions, I'd love to deal with them, or do I see a hand?
You should ask for public speakers if there's any.
Oh, are there any public speakers? Thank you, Mikey.
Yes, we do have one public speaker. We have Ryan, and we'll unmute him now.
Thank you. I would like to call to your attention that staff needs to separate these items when they're presented, although they may be submitted by the same council person. There's three distinctly different things going on here, and to register to speak to them and be limited in time to speak to all of them in aggregate, I would respectfully object. These are extremely important items, as the mayor just said. What is not disclosed is the setback requirements for accessory dwelling units. That's a really big deal, especially about converting garages that may be already close to property lines in certain areas and so forth. There's not enough information that I have to have a position. I had to mark against on registering for these items because they were in aggregate. I want to therefore say that the issue with the Metropolitan Water District, I don't know what little old Malibu is going to do to the MWD, but the mayor alluded to an issue here, and that is that we have a middleman organization, which is the water wholesaler. That's West Basin Municipal Water, which used to, aggregate water from wells all over the place and parcel it out so that communities weren't bidding against each other for water and so forth, and to have greater buying power and lower costs through economies of the scale. The question is, if we recommend going after Metropolitan Water District, it would be totally unfair and improper to exclude and exonerate the questionable function of what it is the West Basin Municipal Water District does other than mark up the cost of our water, because it's distributed by the Los Angeles County Waterworks District 29, and we currently have some of the most expensive water in California. So we got some problems with cost here, and I would hate to pick sides, and I don't think that the issue with MWD for this item, I'm sorry, Paul, I think that we ought to sit this one out, let it play out, and keep our neutrality and focus on the costs of water and just what is it that West Basin does, really? I mean, are they really just invoicing water and marking it up and then passing it off to LA County at a higher fee and then having some administration of rebates or something in the process, which is usually farmed out to some private enterprise anyway by contract? But thank you, and please staff take heed and don't aggregate stuff like that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there any council comments?
Sure, may I? Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Go ahead, Karen.
I just want to make known, the list may have grown, but as of last week, some of those who've joined in support of asking for this audit of the Metropolitan Water District include the LA County Board of Supervisors, the LA City Council, 14 state assembly members, and 8 state senators. I could read all the names, but I'll spare you the time unless somebody really wants to hear them. And I think this is a critical issue, not just statewide, but worldwide. So I don't believe we are out of place in joining all of those I just named and many others in asking for this audit of workplace harassment. Excuse me, allegations of workplace harassment.
Anyone else? Bruce? And then Mikey?
Mike, you want to go first?
No, he's after you.
Okay. So, so without knowing the community sentiment on the proposed fire protection measure, I'm not very comfortable supporting or opposing it in general. I can see where the slow growth proponents in Malibu would favor the measure and pro-development residents would oppose it. I do believe, however, that the proposed amendment, or some of the proposed amendment, is preferable to the original proposal. So a proposed amendment has a general carve out and specific carve outs from the general prohibition against development in a high fire area. The specific carve-outs make perfect sense to me. Remodeling an existing structure, replacing a structure destroyed by fire, new construction designed to facilitate fire prevention. I imagine that's something like a fire station. Those specific exceptions make a lot of sense. You wouldn't want to stop people from rebuilding their home. You wouldn't want to stop people from fixing their home. But the general exception swallows the entire prohibition by permitting cities to escape the ordinance by being in substantial compliance with certain fire hazard planning guidance. That's a very fuzzy description. I don't even know what it means. I'm sure that it'll be subject to all kinds of subjective analysis. So I wonder if we could support the amendments, but not the general amendment, if the letter could be written slightly differently. I also note there was an amendment since this was proposed, and I haven't studied what the further amendment actually did. I'm not sure. The ADU legislation makes perfect sense. I think there's an inaccurate description in the staff report. It says that the way things are now would require ADUs to be placed within 40 feet of a setback. I think it's that they would not permit it to be done otherwise. It doesn't require that you put your ADU on the corner of your property. It doesn't allow you to put it anywhere other than a distance from the corner. So there was some discrepancy in reading the actual ordinance proposal and the description of it, but it makes, as it actually is, it makes sense to me. And the last thing I'll say is that the investigation issue, I support that. I note the statement by the LA County Board of Supervisors says the following: a neutral, independent, third-party investigative process should not be impeded by arbitrary timelines or restricted funding. I could not agree more with that. And I think that I would hope that that will also apply to the 2 investigations that are being done in Malibu, the one that's being done as I had requested with regard to the Wagner affidavit, and the other that's being done with respect to me. I don't think we should have arbitrary timelines or limitations. We should leave it to the experts that are hired to do that job. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Mikey?
Thank you. I'm definitely, I think Ryan had an interesting point on the 3 together. I think if somebody wanted to speak longer, we probably should, let them at some point if we do that again. A rare situation, I think. I'm definitely in support of SB 55 and SB 765. Spent a fair amount of time looking at these overall and talking to Henry Stern about them as well. I think they make sense. I'm not going to spend time in the details, which I probably should, but I'm a supporter of them. I want to disclose on the item with the Metropolitan Water District. With all respect, Ryan, I don't understand what you're talking about the West Basin. This is a totally separate issue related to allegations of sexual and other harassment. I want to say, I know Gloria Gray, the chairwoman, and her and I have spoken on this issue. And I know her because I went on a trip with her and some of her staff out to these facilities, or some of these facilities, obviously before COVID. I'm bad at time, a while ago. To the city council, if you haven't been, when you can, I recommend you go. It is absolutely fascinating to understand why we even exist here in Southern California. And it's because of water. It is an absolutely fascinating trip that is better than you'll think. The other thing that you realize is these are very isolated areas. They're basically like little communes where people live in the middle of nowhere. And it's easy to see if you have some sort of, I guess, I don't know if the word predator is fair, but whatever the word is, I could see where they get away with it for a while. Does not make excuses, but when you hear about this and you start thinking where you've been, these different areas, it's understandable. Her and I talked about that. She welcomes this investigation. She understands there's an issue there, and she is very much desirous of curing that cancer in the organization. I think she's a very impressive woman, very bright. She's managed to bring together people that simply were impossible to bring together on water rights, which is, is a massively contentious issue. So anyhow, that's my comments, and I support these items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We haven't heard from you yet, Steve. Do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I do. And the only comment I want to make, Bruce's recommendation to sort of structure the letter so it doesn't allow the multiple exceptions that are the way the thing is currently written. I think that's a good idea. I mean, anytime you got a bill, a law that says there's got to be in substantial compliance, what the hell does that mean? So maybe if, stick with the bill, but if you could ask them to maybe strengthen the language that allows people to get out of doing what they say they're going to do, I think we'd be better off if we did that. So I'd like to just second Bruce's recommendation.
I would like to comment for just a second more. I think that if you are willing to write up some recommendations about what changes you'd like to see, I'd be willing to discuss them with our help that we have in Sacramento and see what we can't get done. So, but I think that if we can support these subject to a few changes, I think that would be useful. Bruce, I see your hand, and I see Mikey's hand. So yes. Bruce, so and I see Karen's.
Let me make the following motion, which is that we approve the second letter, the ADU letter, that we approve the letter about the investigation, and that we also, with a caveat, approve the letter regarding the fire protection, and that the caveat be that I will get you some proposed language, and it's at your discretion whether the language makes sense, working with whoever, and you can amend the letter, and we would be pre-approving the letter as it is now with whatever further changes you thought made sense after hearing my comments. That's my motion.
Mikey, do you want to second that? Or Karen?
You're both silenced.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to ask about the time sensitivity of the two bills if we're coming up.
The bills are in committee right now. I can, if you want to give me a couple minutes, I can look up the actual dates of the hearing. Off the top of my head, I don't know the actual date of the committee hearing, but you might have a few weeks if you wanted to wait to get more information. Certainly takes, both bills will need to work their way through both sides of the House. They'll go through committee hearings, then be heard in their House of origin, then go through committee hearings in the other House, and go to that floor for a full vote before anything moves forward to the governor's office. So there is still time during the session, but certainly want to get in if we're going to be supporting or opposing something as early as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Mikey?
Yeah, I want to apologize for not being used to not being mayor and constantly losing my mute button. I want to point out that tomorrow at 3 o'clock, the mayor and the mayor pro tem are on the call with Cal Strat. And that's part of your responsibility. So I see that, I believe we're open. So yes, 3 o'clock tomorrow, this would be a conversation that the mayor and mayor pro tem can have with our lobbyists, which probably was a very smart idea right now.
So Bruce, we're leaning on you to have some comments ready by 3 o'clock tomorrow.
I can do that. If somebody will please send me the information about the call, because this is the first time hearing about it. Thank you, Mikey.
We will send it to you.
Well, second.
The hearing status for SB 55, it was heard in its first committee on April 15th, and it's pending a second hearing date. So it hasn't gone through complete committee hearing yet.
Great. So I have a motion and a second. Was there did I miss somebody else?
Just to clarify the motion, so it's the recommended action, but the letter of support for SB 55 will include recommendations proposed by Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein and agreed upon with Mayor Grisanti.
And under the advice of our lobbyists, I would think. Is that agreed, Bruce?
Yes.
Good.
However you want to proceed. I said at your discretion. That was.
Well, you're going to be in the meeting, so good. All right. And is the rest of it clear, Kelsey?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Are you ready for a roll call?
I'm ready for a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 7B with Council Members Fair and Pearson to tell us about Blue City Network.
Karen, why don't you take it?
Okay, sure. Great. Thank you. Again, this is another continued item. Council member Pearson and I became aware of an organization called Blue City Network, and after 2 meetings with them, we would like to get a vote to proceed with them. This is something that won't cost the city anything financially. It does involve some minimal amount of staff time, but Blue City Network can help us progress in our work towards our sustainability goals. And I'd like to have us join the list of cities that have gone through their audit and can work towards sustainability. And I don't think there's a lot to do. Like I said, the staff has already done so much. I'm pretty sure a lot of what has already been accomplished can be submitted and get the audit done pretty quickly.
And I believe they have a short presentation. Am I correct?
We do have a public speaker. It's Allison Omring.
Okay, and I'll just add that we, I think, would be the 4th city, and we are low-hanging fruit. And that's the Manhattan Beach, Santa Monica, Imperial, and I think we'd be the 4th. We've already done a lot of the things to get this designation, and so be good for us and be good for them. And I'll let them take over from here.
So I guess I call for the public speaker, and then we're back to the council, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is Allison in the room?
Yes, she is, and she's unmuted.
Perfect. Hi, Allison.
Hi there. Hello, Mayor Grisanti and distinguished council members. And thank you for allowing me this time. My name is Allison Amrine, and I work as the Communications Director for Project O, an environmental nonprofit organization, and I'm the Chief City Liaison for Blue City Network. I'm glad to be here tonight to introduce you to our program. Blue City Network is a certification program that evaluates a city's current environmental initiatives and generates a certification action plan to further their ongoing quest in becoming true champions of the environment. Through our program, communities can credibly and transparently track their progress towards sustainability objectives. Blue City certification is a wonderful opportunity for Malibu to be recognized as a leading city taking jurisdictional action to protect the ocean and waterways. Since our program launched in 2020, we successfully certified 3 cities, as mentioned, Manhattan Beach, Imperial Beach, and Santa Monica. The steps to certification is straightforward. We work with an assigned city employee, typically an environmental staffer, and guide them through the program. The initial part of our program involves completing a minimum requirement survey followed by an 80-question assessment form. The assessment form is the backbone of our certification program. We're using a data-driven approach to evaluating communities' environmental efforts. A key part of our program is that cities currently in the certification progress and or already certified can connect to fellow Blue cities and find support in enacting certain programs, policies, or any effort related to sustaining the ocean. Another central part of our program is the promotion of your city's newly achieved Blue City status. Our publicity package includes a press release and outreach to local media, recognition of your city on our website, social media promotion, and a prominent feature in the Blue City Network. I greatly hope that Malibu will be the next city to become a Blue City. And for those that want to learn more about our program, you can go to bluecitynetwork.org. Thank you for your attention and consideration, and a special thank you to Council Members Farr and Pearson for recommending this action.
And thank you for speaking to us, Allison. All right, Steve, you're ready. You're up.
Yeah. And I don't want to move away from our agreement to all work together happily, but I think disagreeing was, I think we also agreed we could do that, all right? And Karen, let me ask the question. What is the benefit of the Malibu residents if we do this? What does the individual resident get if we do this? You gotta unmute yourself, Karen.
There you are.
What we want to do, Steve, is demonstrate that we are not losing sight of our environmental goals. And I think, as Mikey already said, we're at a good launching place for this, for everything that's already been done to date.
But what is the benefit? Well, I'm a resident. You're going to do this. We're going to spend some number of hours of staff time.
Minimum.
It's a 60-page questionnaire. It has to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's about a 64-page questionnaire they got to fill out. I don't know how many hours that's going to take, but then it has to be recertified next year. I don't know how many hours that's going to take. I've got a whole bunch, and I want to go back to Mikey's pitch at the last budget meeting that says we have burnt out our staff, right? I mean, they're flat out. And unless we're getting something real benefit from this thing, I don't know why I want to go give them more work to do when I don't really understand what I'm going to get for it.
I've actually discussed this with staff. I can appreciate that concern.
Hang on. And when I look at their website, I mean, the benefits we get, they're going to attract tourism and events to our city. I'm not sure I got a whole bunch of residents sitting out there saying, let's bring more tourists into Malibu. So, and let me take you to the other side of the coin. I mean, I look at this and say, we're doing this backwards. The name Malibu is going to be very beneficial to this organization, right? We're like somebody talked, we're known around the world, people. Okay, so we're going to give them a big lift. For them to get that big lift, we got to do the work. Our staff has to go through and fill out the questionnaire, God knows how many times, do all the work, and then they get to use our name. And like I said, I'm not sure what I'm getting for it. So I just don't think this is look, if you're going to give away the name of Malibu, we should get something for it. We should get something big for it. It's an important name. It means a lot. It's going to give these guys a big lift, and we should get a lift of the same in return. So I don't think this is a good deal at this point in time. I think if we're going to get staff to do stuff, let them work on our dark sky ordinance. How many pages of that work plan do we have? We got stuff to keep us busy for years to come. Adding more to there without a real clear, precise benefit, I think is a bad idea.
Thank you, Steve. Karen, would you like to answer, or you want somebody else to give it a try?
I just said, I have discussed this with staff and was told it looked like a minimum commitment, and
What does that mean? How many hours?
Steve, you're not recognized
I
right
didn't
now.
get an exact number of hours, but thank you. Thanks, Paul. I'll let Mikey take it.
Mikey,
Yeah,
you,
I
and then
think it was
Bruce.
Between 2 and 6 hours total.
Thank you. Thank you, Mikey. Bruce, I saw you wave your hand, and then I'll go back to Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Actually, I thought I had read in the report, yeah, here it is. It says Blue City Networks estimates approximately 4 to 12 hours staff time. So that's pretty broad range. Is there any cost, aside from time, the value of time, is there any financial outlay whatsoever for this?
No.
Okay. And what do you perceive to be the value of it? Because I mean, I don't want to denigrate this. It may be an amazingly valuable certification, but I never heard of it before. I didn't know if this was something meaningful, if these people are recognized outside of the cities that have done the certification, or whether it's something of a gimmick. I used to get these kinds of solicitations in my law firm. We would get solicitations to be certified for all kinds of things all the time. I looked at the website. It wasn't very descriptive. I think it was just one page that you could scroll down, and there was minimal information. So I'm in support of this if it's something that's going to be valuable to our city. I just don't see on the surface what that value is. So maybe you could, other than we get certified with a couple other cities, what value do we get from it?
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. I think Steve is next.
Well, I just, I mean, Mikey, you said it's going to take, what, 6 hours?
The estimate was 2 to 6 hours because we've already done a lot of it.
Whose estimate? Who'd you get that estimate from?
Talking with them, I remember going over the questionnaires with staff, and it's been long enough now. I'm blanking on who I discussed that with.
That include
quite a bit of it done already.
Does that include the recertification next year?
I don't have an answer for that. I think it was the initial certification is my guess, but
again, I go back to Mikey.
Steve.
Paul, I was talking to Mikey.
You guys are not having a conversation. We're having a hearing. And one person speaks, and then the other person speaks.
Cool. Mikey's done. Can I go back?
Sure, now, if he's done. You're up.
Mikey, I'm going back to your comments at the budget meeting. We burnt people out. I don't care whether it's 2 hours extra work or 4 hours extra work or 8 hours extra work, unless there is a clear, understandable benefit we're getting. And I can't find it. I went through their website. I went through the other website they have. We're going to get noticed on their website. That's one of the benefits we're going to get. They're going to recognize us. Who knows about their website? I mean, I never heard of them until this thing came through. They've only got 2 other cities or 3 other cities on the list. Let them go out and do this with a bunch of other cities, come up with a program where we know we're going to get some recognition that's going to be beneficial to us. But let's not give the staff more work unless we can really identify we got something good coming in off it.
No, go ahead.
Bruce, and then I want to take a turn.
Yeah, well, Paul, you don't need to raise your hand. You're the mayor. You get to chime in when you.
Well, I don't want to speak before other people are ready to hear me.
Thank you. So I get that there's no cost up front. I just want to make sure that we're going into his eyes open. We had somebody who was a public speaker from the organization, right? There was a mention of a PR packet and some work that would be done for us going forward. At no time is there going to be an upsell solicitation for any kind of fees down the line, where it's a completely free service from beginning to end. I just want to get confirmation of that.
That is my impression.
Can the person from the organization confirm that?
Are you there, Allison? You're unmuted.
Yes, there's no cost. We're a nonprofit organization, and this will always be a free program. And we are new. We're just starting out, hoping to expand and keep expanding throughout California and nationally. So thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick turn, and I'm thinking of the city's mission statement. And this is as low cost a project to establish our love for the mission statement as we're likely to find. And if you're upset about the staff hours, I'm sure I could find some volunteers to do the work for free, including me. And I think it's, if we don't like it, if they try to upsell us, if the cost of getting certified next year takes a rise, I would vote that we don't continue. But I think it's a good idea. I think it recognizes people who care for the ocean, and people, we expect our visitors to treat the ocean in a certain way. And this is one way of another way of pointing that out to people. And I'm in favor of it. I see Steve and then I see Bruce.
Paul, how are we going to point this out to the resident, these visitors who are coming in here? How are you going to do that? And let me just think, the other thing is that you can't say this is no cost. You're using staff time. You're using people that could be working on other projects, and you're taking them off of that. And there's a cost to doing that.
Steve, I'll respond to you by saying you must have missed my offer to arrange for volunteers to do the work.
If you'll do all the
no
work,
cost.
If you'll do all the work, I'm all for it. I'm in.
No problem then. Bruce?
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. I'm actually persuaded by what I've heard from the proponents as well, and Paul, especially what you had to say just now. It rang true to me. I'm hopeful that we won't have to spend too much time to do this, but it sounds like it's worthwhile. So I'm going to move that we approve this.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Can we call for the question?
I'd like to make one friendly amendment, if I may.
What's up?
That we get when the staff does this, we get a report back from staff of how much time they had to take to get this done.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that?
Sure, I'll accept that.
The maker of the motion accepts it. And the second?
Sure.
Okay. Kelsey, are you ready to call for a vote?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
No.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. I believe that takes us to 7C, which is Steve's proposal having to do with closed sessions. Let's continue from April 12th.
Let me say that considering the events of this evening, let's take this off. I'll withdraw this.
Thank you for making the agenda a little shorter. And then we're going to go back to, I think that takes us back to 3, doesn't it?
Yes, you're on the consent calendar, and we have 2 items that have been pulled by the public. They are 3A3 and 3B6.
Pulling 3A3 and 3B6 from the public. Does any of the council people want to pull something?
Look at my notes.
I've got a question on 3B5.
A question, or do you want to pull it?
If I can get the question answered, I don't have to pull anything, but tell me however you want to do that. I've only got one question.
Okay, I'm looking at 3B5. What is the question?
The question is how many additional emergency development permits are out there? It just identifies there were 6. Are there more than 6?
Don't they only last 90 days?
We haven't seen, I've been on the planning commission. These never came in front of the planning commission. So I'm just wondering how many are out there?
Staff can answer, I guess. Richard?
I can get you an exact number of all that are outstanding. I do know off the top of my head, there are at least 2 others that we are pursuing from past years. What you have here is a report of what has been issued since our last time at the City Council making our report on this. but I can work to get you an exact number if that's acceptable. And I can, put that in an email to you if you like.
You see, you give me a listing of all the emergency development permits that are still outstanding.
Yes.
I'll take it. That's fine.
Okay, great. So we're not pulling 3B5. Bruce.
Just what were the ones that were pulled by the public again?
3A3 and 3B6.
Okay, give me one moment. I also have just a question about 3B3, which if I get the right answer, I don't need to have it pulled. Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
It says, this is the fireworks proposal. It says that fireworks are permitted only July 1st through July 6th, December 31st, January 1st, or other times as authorized by City Council. As I read that, I just want to get clarification that there are no other dates as of this moment that have been otherwise authorized by City Council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move to accept the. I'm looking for a motion to accept the consent calendar with the exception of 3A3 and 3B6.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. Can we call the question? Can we take the vote rather? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item 3A3. I'm informed that there's a member of the public who pulled it. Isn't it customary for us to ask them what they're concerned about at this point?
Yes, if you want to go straight to public comment, our speaker is Ryan and we'll unmute him.
Okay, Ryan, you're up.
Yes, the issue here is that you're kind of combining the resolution and the ordinance together. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
This is a second reading according to what I'm looking at.
Paul, it's my time. So my concern here is that the resolution didn't reflect the incorporation of the presentation by the staff planner, Adrian Fernandez, that was included in the motion that passed. And the two recommendations that were made were not to specific numbers, but it was to definition and formula. And the ordinance has to be consistent with the resolution. And to avoid there being a effective prohibition, you cannot include competitor systems, cell sites in the distance requirements or prohibition requirements of distance. The formula just won't work. So that is why Adrian Fernandez made it very clear that it would be almost unworkable and very difficult to try to evaluate these and process these permit applications if you were trying to aggregate all carrier systems together, because Malibu is in a linear fashion. So the inconsistency with the resolution is a bit glaring. There's the issue of why the separation distance is not listed in the ordinance. I kind of get what you were up to with that, but I see Adrian, I think, is in the meeting. I played the meeting 10 times over and sent all of your counsel and your 3 attorneys the information. And that was that City Attorney Rusin read into the record as the recommended action included the presentation items. And there were really only those 2. And one of those 2 was not included in the resolution, and it's not included in the ordinance. So all this work, and you need to define that the same network wireless cell sites are the distance for separation, not the distance to some competitor site that may or may not even be working and so forth. That puts a heavy burden on the city. And the other item on your agenda tonight is to go out and hire a firm to go count all the cell sites for all the carriers. Make the carriers divulge their own systems and evaluate them against the separation to their next closest cell site, and that will keep them from proliferating. But the way you've got it set up here in the resolution, the
Ryan,
resolution
that's
needs to
your
be
time.
corrected.
Thank you, Ryan.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, is Mr. Malika available to comment on that? Richard.
I have Adrian Fernandez available to answer that question. I brought him in specifically for this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Adrian.
Hi, good evening. The question is whether there's an issue with the resolution as adopted by City Council. We made the revisions that were requested by City Council. The last issue that I think Ryan has the biggest issue with is the fact that the City Council decided to make the separation between wireless 1,000 feet instead of the recommended 500 feet. However, there is a caveat within that standard that does not apply to other wireless facilities that are on Pacific Coast Highway within the right-of-way. So the other thing too is that the applicants can request for a waiver in cases where the standards are too restrictive or punitive, and if there is a way to provide wireless, if other wireless carriers are around and they need a facility within the 1,000 feet, they can request for the waiver, and the waiver can be used to analyze the specific conditions of the request and can still be approved.
Yeah. Trevor? Trevor, please unmute. I see Trevor waving at me, but I don't see him unmuted. There he is.
There we go. Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute there. So when Ryan brought this up, we've had many people go and look at the tape and to determine the intention of what the council was here. And while what Adrian was talking about was, discuss some of the issues with increasing that standard, there was never any consensus from the council to make the change that he's describing here of making it carrier specific. Now, you could do that if you want. And as Adrian said, the waiver process provides some protection to it. If you do want to make an adjustment to that, we could do it, but then we would be reintroducing it tonight. You need to bring it back a second time for the second reading.
One just point of correction, Trevor. So that change is a change that we would have to make to the resolution, which was already adopted. So what's before City Council tonight is the ordinance, which does not include that provision.
Okay, so it's not even before the council tonight on the second reading. It would just need to be, you would need to give direction to bring back the resolution to make that change.
A quick question to Trevor, and then I'm going to call you, Bruce. Is it possible for us to adopt this and then separately adopt a clarification?
Yes, so the ordinance tonight, you can finish the second reading. The resolution, which has the design standards, which deals with the 1,000-foot separation, can be brought up and then adopted the same day and put in place. It'll be in place before the ordinance is actually effective.
Okay. Bruce, you had a question?
Yeah, we'll comment on a question. So I from what I've heard, and this is my recollection as well, we actually didn't distinguish between same carrier, different carriers. It was just 1,000-foot separation, and that was what I intended. I know that. Mm-hmm. But I don't understand if I understand the issue that Ryan's raising, one of the issues, it's that this requirement is set forth in our resolution adopting the ordinance, but it is not set forth in the ordinance itself. I don't understand how that could become a part of the ordinance that the public, specifically the telecoms, are bound by if it's not in our ordinance. So how's that work?
Looks like Trevor is willing to answer that question.
Ready and willing. So the ordinance, it specifies that that the design standards are set by the council in a separate resolution. So it says that you need to comply with those, and that resolution, that's intentional so that the resolution can be more easily updated by the council without having to go through 2 readings. So you have the whole process, everything set up through the ordinance, and then those specific design standards, which can change with technical changes, can be brought to the council for a quick change, exactly what we're talking about here. If you want to make an adjustment to, you know, this setback, you can do it and be done in 1 meeting.
So the resolution is like a regulation. We can keep making changes.
Yes.
If we wish to. Okay. The other issue was I thought some members of the public had weighed in writing about the appeal process, specifically the fee. If I'm remembering that correctly, does anyone else remember that issue that somebody raised or multiple people raised?
Bruce?
Steve, go ahead.
That's coming up on item 4A, Bruce, the schedule of fees.
Oh, it's not part of the statute itself?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think the fee is to be set by the council, and then you're going to adopt it with the fee resolution.
Okay. You've answered my questions. Thank you.
All right. I want to congratulate Trevor on designing a solution right into the thing. So are there any more questions? Are we ready to have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the recommendation, or to, I guess it's already a recommendation, to conduct second reading unless waived, adopt ordinance number 484, determining the amendments are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, and approve zoning text amendment 16-005 and LCP amendment 16-007 to amend the Malibu Municipal Code.
And that was staff's recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Do you also want to bring the resolution back to make adjustments to this item? Because you would need to bring the resolution back at a future meeting if you want to make adjustments at this point in time, or if you want to leave it as is, you can do that as well.
Why don't we bring it back at a future meeting once we decide what changes we want?
Okay, so we won't set it for now, but then we'll wait for direction from.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready to say exactly what we want to change right now, but.
Okay.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion? Will you take the roll, Kelsey?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Uri,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3B6. And I would imagine we have a speaker.
Yes, we have 3 speakers on this item. They're Nicole McGinley, Lonnie Gordon, and Ryan Embry. We'll hear from Nicole McGinley first.
Thank you. Are you there, Nicole?
Hello.
We hear you.
Great. Well, I'm pleased to see this item before you, and I'm fully in support of it. I only pulled this item because I wanted to plant a seed moving forward. After all of the existing facilities are accounted for and the mapping into the database that HR Green will be creating, I believe that the planning director, thanks to the ordinance that you just passed and the resolution at the last meeting, the planning director now has the ability to add things to the application requirements. Therefore, the planning director could require that the applicant provide this information formatted in a way to slide into this database that HR Green will be creating. When I saw the financial burden that the retroactively mapping these sites puts on the city, I realized that this could be a way that the information can simply be uploaded should an application be approved in the future and mitigate future expenses to the city. That's it.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Lonnie Gordon.
Lonnie, are you there?
Trying to unmute. Can you hear me now?
You are unmuted.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. When I heard that the city was, I'm sorry, I'm not being formal. Good evening, Mayor and council people and staff. When I heard the city was contemplating spending $120,000 on mapping the telecom installations, I had a concern about the money being spent And as I understand it, each telecom company knows where its installations are because they all have GPS operational systems on them, which have coordinates. And I believe that the city has a GIS or geographical mapping system also. So it makes sense to me that you contact each of the telecom companies, and if it has to be through the attorney, then that's the way it would have to be, but you'll decide that, and request their information and then compile it into your system rather than reinvent the wheel. Just a suggestion to save time and money. And thank you so much for what you're doing. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your input, Lonnie. Who's next?
Our final speaker is Ryan Embry.
Hey, Ryan,
Hi,
welcome back.
The amount of money seems exorbitant for the amount of work. And as Lonnie Gordon just stated, these facilities are operating in place. The city's permitted most of them. And although there should be a verification, the initial disclosure from each utility operator should make this go very quickly. And I think your appropriation is probably twice what it should be, if not 3 times what it should be for this amount of work. This is a regulated industry, and there are probably other sources for this documentation that maybe you're not aware of. Maybe the FCC has them all plotted, but I'm not sure exactly what it is in this RFP, why the costs are so high, but it seems inflated. And if you did not get enough responses for a reasonable amount, that you limit the hours or the appropriation and have a report come back to you perhaps in a month or so, but not just part with a general fund undesignated reserve amount of $120,000. Any of this funding, by the way, should be classified and categorized to come out of the city's utility users tax. And that's what we pay on our phone bills for this type of service. And you need to expense that accordingly. I think the city treasurer is on this call, and probably city staff is able to do that, if not already designating that to be done. But this is a lot more money than the amount of work involved would justify. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we have any other speakers?
No, that concludes public comment on this item.
Any members of the, Mikey?
I'm going to tease Lonnie for a second because I love her, but I'm surprised that you trust the telecoms on this. That is amazing. I don't feel the same way. So what we discovered looking at this item is there is a lot of facilities that are probably defunct, that aren't what the permit says, that aren't in the location that which is often not very accurate, are in disrepair. There's no permit verification. So don't forget, in this industry, they quickly buy and sell each other. They change management. They use third party to put these things in. And as you well know, they haven't been certified by electrical engineers. So it works out, I'm going to get it wrong, and someone can correct me, like $357 or $374 per site to not only inspect them, photograph them, check the permits, make sure they're what's supposed to be there, make sure if it's even active or still there, and create an actual database which will be updated as we go. Any part of this I'm butchering, I'll be glad to have input, but it gives us a baseline that we simply won't get any other way. And trusting the telecoms to do that does not appear to be an actual choice that makes sense.
Thank you, Mikey. Anybody, any other speakers? Steve? And then Bruce?
Yeah, Mikey, Lonnie, Mikey is correct. I argued your point at our administrative finance committee meeting. I think that's what we did at Mikey, right? When it first came up. And same things are saying, geez, somebody out there has got to have all these things put together someplace. And if we can just get that information, we get it done a lot quicker. But I think Mikey's comments and the comments that I received back that, you've got companies that are being bought and sold. Their records are probably worse than ours. God knows what we would get from them. And what we did do is put in a clause into this agreement that says the city, in the course of doing this, the city also has to keep this database updated, right? There's a going forward process that they've got to be able to do to make sure that once we get this database done, it is not just a point in time look, it will be a consistent look. So we'll always be able to refer back to it if we need information. So I hear you, Lonnie. I couldn't get it done in the admin meeting either.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce, I believe you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to take the opposite approach, actually. When Mikey just said a few moments ago that this included confirming that they were inspecting them, that made a lot, then that said to me, okay, this makes sense. But I just looked at the scope of work. There's not, as far as I can tell, an inspection included. The inspection to me would be great. So this is $120,000 to tell us where they are. I agree with the community comments that we shouldn't have to spend $120,000 to find out where the things that the people who are applying to us for permission to put them in, they know them. And it's not a question of just trusting. I mean, they're going to file an application. If we were to require as part of the application that they identify all of their existing facilities, in fact, we have a good reason to do that. At a minimum, it lets us confirm the proper separation. And fall zone and whatever other term we use, they're required to give us that information legally. I don't believe that they're going to purposefully give us incorrect applications. I'd like to see us try to get the information first from the providers, if that's the right word, and then adjust this agreement accordingly based on the cleanup work that might be required after that's been accomplished. So that's what I would prefer to see. $120,000 is a lot of money to find out where things are that the people that are interfacing with us already know or should know.
Any other comments? Mikey?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Karen?
I was just wondering if Richard could comment on it.
Yes,
Richard,
thank you very much. The reason why we're doing this is because we have no way to verify that if we were to be given all the information from various cell phone providers, short of having a staff member then go back out in the field and look at every one of these sites, we have no way to verify what it is we're looking at to make certain that we're all, that they are actually giving us all of their sites. In the scope of work, the reason for this is that it will result in someone looking at the entire city. They will be doing a site visit. They won't be doing a inspection to look at compliance issues. What it is a site inspection to document the field conditions, what it is they see out there, who is identified as the vendor, and then photograph each of those sites. And as part of your attachment, you'll see the number of data fields that we're looking at, that we're asking them to put in here. And so really we're doing this because we understand the community's wants. We want to do this right the first time. Like I said, there is a concern that we will not have the technical expertise to verify that we haven't missed anything. And we've also included in this scope of work a fee that will be included in our schedule of fees for the following year, or this upcoming year, I should say, that would pass on the cost for the update of and ongoing maintenance of our map that will have our GIS shapefile. The reason why we are asking for an ongoing maintenance by the provider is, one, for consistency to ensure an accurate map. And then once again, it becomes a staffing issue. Right now, we do not have the staff that is capable of going out in the field and also the management full-time of a GIS shapefile. The planning department does not have a dedicated GIS resource.
Bruce?
wouldn't the mapping and the inspection and the verification, to use your word, be more efficient and less expensive if we first got the information from the telecoms and then this service went out and confirmed what they've already been given as a map, basically, as to where to look?
We have our consultant from HR Green actually available to speak, so he could answer that question for you if you'd like, council member, to get an answer on that tonight. I'm not sure. My thoughts are where these guys are going to start is through the use of FCC licensing and a list of known sites. But we can, if you would like, we can ask him to speak.
Well,
do we have someone available to speak?
His name is Mike Connor.
Mr. Connor, are you in the audience?
I am, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very good. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Connor with HR Green. I think one aspect that needs to be considered is I'm not aware of any requirement that you can go, if you go out and ask the providers that they have any particular timeline as to which they have to respond and provide you all of this information. You know, their focus is on new sites and those kinds of things. So us going out there and doing this provides you an update of what you have at this time. Hopefully that answers your question.
Steve has a question, I believe.
Mr. Connor?
Yes, sir.
Did we ask them? I mean, everybody says they're not going to. Did anybody ask them to say, do you have this and can we get it? I'm just wondering if we took that step.
I think that would be a question for staff.
The Planning Commission did raise that a number of months ago, but to date, nothing has been submitted. That was, I believe, something the Planning Commission asked for was that, you know, in the future, when these telecom companies come to us with applications, that they include what they have in a future projection. And that was told to the vendor at the last meeting, and to date, they have not done that. Now, if you'd like, we would be more than glad to go and specifically request it to see what it is we would get. It just, once again, I want to be clear that we wouldn't really have a way of quality controlling it. We could look at that list, but we wouldn't know if they left something off the list.
Thank you, Richard. Steve?
Yeah, and I understand, I mean, we went through this, you know, if we got a list and if the list was 95% correct, wouldn't that make the original survey a lot quicker? I mean, I have addresses to go out to versus me having to go out and look up telephone poles to see if there's something there. So it just seems to make some sense, but you know, this is your baby.
Mike, you want to weigh in, and then I'd love to talk. Mr. Connor.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question was, if we go to the telecoms, and let's assume they're not going to give us all the information we want, all right? Let's assume some of the lists may be old, then maybe but if we got a list that was like even 85% correct, wouldn't that make your initial survey a lot quicker? You'd have addresses, you know, to where to go. You could do those, and then in the course of doing that, you could look up and pick up the ones that aren't included on the list they gave you. I just versus having to go out on your own and sort of, you know, wander through Malibu trying to find stuff. I think.
Mike, if I could jump in real quick, as part of this, it's also my understanding that you're going to use the data we provided you, which I think might almost be upwards of 80% of the sites. Is that correct?
The expectation is that there are 351 or more current files that the city has, and we need to start by going through all of those files to determine the status of each of those, compare those, see which sites overlap in terms of location and updates. This is stuff that goes back to the 1990s. And so there is a great deal of effort that is required on the front end to begin this. And then we would be going out to do our field investigations. We would also be doing some field observations, looking for anything that might not be on our maps that we'd identified previously. So there are multiple steps involved, and it is a very labor-intensive effort, resulting in the proposed costs.
I'm with Bruce, and then I'm going to take a turn. Go ahead.
So I'm still not hearing a specific answer to the question of wouldn't getting the information as best it could be provided from the telecoms first, though, make the work more efficient. And by way of analogy, I'll say, I used to work in a very document intensive environment, and sometimes we'd have to create schedules of all kinds of information. It was always easier to create the schedule when we had another schedule that we were verifying against. We still needed to do the work of verifying it, but it was easier than just going through all of the documents and trying to find the information in the first instance and creating the outline, so to speak. I would think that having the telecoms provide the information as best they're able first would greatly facilitate your ability to then more efficiently go through the verification process. But maybe that's not how it works. That's what I think we're trying to get at. Would it be?
I'm going to jump in for a minute here, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I think that it's realistically, no matter how many reports you have with addresses on them, there's no substitute, and you aren't going to get away from having to look at every single poll and make a schedule up, because the applications are for an address or some address close to a poll. You're still going to have to look at every single poll and see what's there. And I think that we will find orphan and zombie sites that are still hanging on the pole because nobody bothered to take them down. And we'll find stuff that has been lost in various mergers and acquisitions. I don't think there's any way of getting around actually doing the work. And no matter where you start from, you're still going to have to look at every single poll and verify that what's there is what's on the permit. And it's great to have the permits in hand, and we're going to turn over everything we have to these people, to Mr. Connor's company, but they need to look at every poll and figure out what people are talking about. That's my take on this. Bruce?
Yeah, but Paul, I guess what I'm thinking though is, let's say there's hypothetically, there's 10 different providers. If Mr. Connor's company has a list of, on this poll, provider A has a facility, on this poll, provider B has a facility, it's much easier to go look at that and see whether it's provider A than it is to go there and figure out who is the provider. So if you start out with a list that's possibly right, probably right, whatever, that's got information, it makes the job of then going out and doing the verification more efficient. At least that's my experience with similar types of projects. And that's why I'm suggesting maybe this is premature. We should first get as much information volunteered to us, not volunteered to us, actually required to be provided to us by the providers. We could even create a penalty for them giving us misinformation, and then have the verification. I mean, this isn't time sensitive, is it? Like it has to be started in the next couple of weeks as opposed to a month or two from now, or 3?
I think the community has made it pretty clear that they're pretty interested in having this information as soon as possible. And if we're going to regulate new cell sites, we have to know what's here, is my thought on this. And Mikey, I see your hand. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I think too, in my opinion, what worries me is I'm going to look at the fire end of it too. I just think it's time we take care of this. We are going to give them all the information we have, and it's still going to require somebody going out and looking at these things. They're going to be photographed. We've gotten a huge amount of photos from the community showing what incredibly bad shape a lot of these are in, and they're not been taken care of. This is one way that we can actually make the community safer and look better. But what resonates in me on this whole thing still is no electrical standards. No electrical engineers have looked at these things. I think we need to catalog them accurately. And yeah, I don't want to go spending money willy-nilly, but I think if we're going to have a new ordinance and do this right, let's do it right. And from everything I've looked at, and I don't see a better way to do it, but I'll defer to what the council wants to do. But to me, this is that point where we launch and we do something better than almost any community that we know of in California and possibly the country. And safer.
Thank you, Mikey.
And with that, I will make a motion on this if it hasn't been made. It's gone on long enough, I can't remember, and see if we have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can you take the roll, please, Kelsey?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Reluctant, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Can I request a quick recess?
We can. It's currently 10 minutes after 9. Can we be back here by 9:20?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before you guys step out, staff's alerted me that they're going to recommend that you continue item 4C to look into some recent information that came in this afternoon. So if the council is willing to do that, just it'd be good to let everyone know before you go on break so they don't have to hang around for the meeting.
Can we have a report quickly on what kind of information came in? I mean, I know I'm not alone in having spent a considerable amount of time, not to mention everybody else's and staff and everything, but this item is 515 plus pages. What new information is there?
Sure. Richard, I don't know if you want to jump in here, but there was communications from the public regarding the history here on this property and whether a variance is going to be required for the factor of safety dealing with it, and staff wants to fully vet that issue and bring it back to you before it's considered by the council.
I believe that was already addressed in the staff report. Am I wrong? Bruce?
I have two questions. And yes, Paul, I read all that too. Is this referring to the legal issue that I raised with you, Trevor?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand, and I'm actually really surprised that wasn't an issue earlier. The second thing is the applicant willing to have it continued?
We can't hear you, Richard.
Oh, can you hear?
No one can hear you.
Okay. The applicant is currently muted. I believe it's Reza, if I'm not mistaken.
And before they speak, let me say the issue. I'm not going to say what the issue is that I raised with Trevor, but I raised a legal issue that to me made clear to me that unless I'm educated to the contrary, that a variance is required for this. So I asked that question to confirm that if a variance is required, it's game over. If the variance, because it might be approved at some point in time, but
you mean that not that the application is over, but that it would need to be adjusted to the project to come back.
Well, it would have to go back to the planning commission, would it not?
They would need to adjust the application, but we would need to, like I said, staff's requesting the opportunity to vet the issue fully and bring it before the council.
So is the applicant consenting to the withdrawal? Because we could also decide the merits.
No.
I guess that was the applicant.
No, this project got approved 17 months ago. We've been at this for years. We have the experts here present. We had a whole meeting with both geologists present. There's been countless debate about this. We're not willing to continue this any further.
Thank you. Is there some legal reason that I have not been informed about that this should be continued?
like I said, you have the discretion to continue the item if you want to. That is staff's recommendation. If it's been noticed, if you do want to call the item, if you know, you have the ability to do that, but staff's recommendation is that it is continued.
Bruce?
Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to have a vote now on whether to continue it or not continue it. I'll say, based on the research I did, I'm going to have problems. I'm not saying I can't be convinced I'm wrong, which would result in a vote against this application, full stop. And it's not, the issue I've raised is not one that can be cured by the applicant between now and another hearing. It's either a problem or it's not a problem. But a number of residents objecting to this have also asked for a continuance, but I could say my view is I sympathize with their desire to have a continuance, but I think that unless the applicant is willing to pull their application, we ought to go forward and give them the hearing that they're entitled to.
Very good. I don't know if people want to talk about whether or not they want to pull this, but it's my personal feeling that we ought to go ahead and hear it. Any comments?
I agree, Paul.
Thank you. All right.
Looks like
All
we're
right.
going forward.
All right. So we're going to leave it on the agenda, and our time to return just moved back to 9:26. Is everybody okay with that? See you back here at 9:26. I believe we're supposed to mute and turn off our video.
Yes, please.
Thank you for your promptness, Mikey. And John?
I try.
And Lisa, too.
Yes, ready to go.
Good. Still searching for the ultimate city council diet. Thank you, Steve. Hi, Bruce. Hi, Trevor. Hey, hello, Karen. Looks like we're ready to begin. Can I call the meeting back to order? Okay. I believe we're at 4A. I'm hoping that's correct. Does everybody's notes agree with that? Good. All right.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor Grisanti and Council. We are here tonight to conduct the public hearing for the fiscal year 2021-2022 schedule of fees. The fees are adopted every year to become effective on July 1st of the fiscal year. And in order to do that, we must hold the public hearing and the council must approve them 60 days prior to them becoming effective. So this is the meeting that will achieve that for us. A little bit of history on the fees. State law mandates that the city of Malibu cannot charge customers anything more than it costs us to render the services provided. So these fees, in most cases, are designed to do that, except that in some cases, and particularly in the case of the planning department, the fees do not account for full cost recovery, and they were specifically adopted that way back in 2015, 2016, when the city completed a fee study to go over all the fees sort of comprehensively throughout the city and throughout all the departments. Typically every year, departments look at their schedule, they bring it back to us in the finance department with any changes they're looking to make in that year. We then provide a comprehensive schedule that shows those fees, and any fees that have a change in them beyond the cost of living allocation based on the CPI from February every year. We'll have notes in the rationale section of why they've been changed or what staff is recommending to be altered. We then bring those fees to the Administration and Finance Subcommittee, which we did on April 8th. And at that time, the subcommittee discussed the fees and recommended approval of the fees with a very specific request to discuss both the view preservation permit fee and the wireless communication facility appeal fee as a group with the whole council. So we detailed both of those fees in the staff report. And we have department heads here tonight as well. I know Richard is prepared because those basically fall within his department to discuss them if you have questions. So at that point, at this point, we're here to help you. If you have a question about it, let us know, and we can begin a discussion.
Thank you, Lisa.
Mayor Grisanti, would you like to hear the public speakers?
I would love to hear the public speakers. How many do we have?
We have 4 on this item. They're Joe Drummond, Rosemary Ide, Craig Hill, and Dorina Shiro. We'll hear from Joe Drummond first.
Thank you. Joe, are you there?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Last year, a number of residents in our community of Big Rock sent requests to the City Council members at the time to bring a fee item for revision in the view preservation permit fee from the Planning Commission. It apparently was supposed to come back to Council last August during the budget fee review, but got buried at a prior Finance Committee meeting and never made it to Council to vote on to lower to a more reasonable $500 to $750. We appreciate the Administrative and Finance Committee bringing this item back to Council. So the fee has now been raised to $2,615, a highly prohibitive fee to pay for something that we've always had, our views, and which we all paid significant fees already to protect them with our primary view determinations. As I mentioned during public comment on the budget last year, this fee has only been used for the first time by a group of residents in Big Rock trying to restore our views from a family that is non-compliant and non-communicative. Hopefully it will all go smoothly and the Planning Commission will order the foliage owners to allow a trim to restore our views, but then we all have to pay for this initial huge trim, likely in the thousands of dollars range. There is already a 5-step tedious process to get to the point of the view permit application process, and the view owners must go through. And with this $2,615 fee, only one of our view PVDs will be restored. Not all of us will get a permit, just one property owner. Reducing the fee also gives the option to more than one property owner to file the same application, which protects more neighbors long term. It doesn't take so many staff hours to follow through other than coming out to take photos and completing the 5-step paperwork submitted by the view owners for a staff report. It's black and white with before and after photos to compare, and we just want our views restored to before. It's very simple. Please let us know if this fee can be reduced to between $500 and $750 rather than the current $2,615, and direct the planning department to get this in this year's new budget so it can be put in effect by July 1st of this year. Therefore, it needs to be voted on with the council by May 1st. The fees should also consider allowing the foliage owner to pay at least half of the initial trims and that they let overgrow as some kind of penalty. The only ones that get penalized financially thus far are the view owners for restoring their views. We brought up to city enforcing their own laws so much of this would be averted, such as in 17.040.03 of the MMC. Thanks very much for your consideration and for all that you do for Malibu.
Thank you for your input. Who else do we have?
Our next speaker is Rosemary Ide.
Okay, Rosemary, are you there? Rosemary. Is anyone helping Rosemary unmute?
We have asked her to unmute. She should be seeing a pop-up that lets her unmute herself. But we can also try circling back to her in a moment.
Let's circle back and go forward to the next person since we have more than one.
We'll hear from Craig Hill.
Thank you. Craig, are you there?
I am now. Thank you, Paul. Maybe the reason the city hasn't seen any view preservation appeals is not because all the cases have settled amicably, but because no one could afford the appeal, so went away quietly discouraged. Appeal fees should be set high enough to discourage frivolous appeals, but low enough that they're not an impediment to justice. Most property owners would want there to be reasonable access to the appeal process if and when the time comes that they or we need it. It's a basic part of civic governance. We recognize the public good in each of us paying a tiny marginal amount extra in taxes to the general fund to cover the expenses involved. It's like insurance. We want to subsidize appeal costs for our community members, both because we care about our neighbors and in case we're the ones who have to appeal. The higher the fees are above the level necessary to discourage frivolous appeals, the more they suggest that this government only works for the wealthy. That if you're a senior on fixed income, for example, you don't get as much access to justice. So please stop thinking about appeal fees foremost in terms of staff time. I mean, you can design the annual staff budget to expect several appeals. Accountants shouldn't be the ones deciding who gets access to justice and who doesn't. The staff report talks about things like costs of noticing in the paper and postcards, but it doesn't consider who might be affected by a higher fee or how many more people might not be able to afford the fees. It doesn't talk about how little the marginal cost would be on the to the general fund if we had a couple more appeals per year. In a more perfect world, appeal fees might be based on a sliding scale sensitive to whatever factors you might deem relevant, such as an appellant's annual income or the property values at stake, or I don't know. But the point being that with the computer and a little enlightenment, the fee structure could somehow be made more context sensitive if we wanted to put some thought into it. Short of that, your best move is to set all fees high enough just to deter frivolity. 500 seemed appropriate and was changed only because the accountants led you to think primarily in terms of dollars rather than in terms of justice, access, process, avoiding discrimination, or other values of community and democracy. So your choice here is to either take such values seriously or to favor the wealthy. So look at the big picture, take the high road. If you were to set all appeal fees at something more reasonable, like $500, or you set the precedent at $750, even that's better than $2,600, then the city's annual budget wouldn't even blink. I mean, we're talking about a couple extra appeals per year, and I think there's a way to design that into the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Is Rosemary ready?
Yes, she is.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you for waiting for me. I oppose the high fees the city has burdened the view seekers. When they want their view back, they got to pay for that. First, they have to pay for filing. Then they have to pay for the petition to have their view back. And then they have to pay again for trimming. Maybe the city should check into and do more code enforcement. You know, hedges should be only 6 feet. And we could do it that way. So it would be easier on view seekers. I don't know how city council thinks about that. Would that be a good idea? I'll have you answer me for that one, okay? Okay, this is all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Thank you.
I believe there was one other speaker.
Yes, Dorina Shiro, but we can't find her in the meeting, so that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, if we get started and she checks back in, let us know.
We'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of staff? Joe Drummond said that if several people get together and pay the $26.15, only one of their views can be protected. Is that correct? And isn't it possible that we could allow them to all register their views as being affected by this for the same fee? Anybody have any thoughts?
Unfortunately, Richard is tied up on something right now. He just texted me. So I don't have the answer to that. And Trevor, I don't know if you do. When someone gets to the point where we're trying to process these through a hearing at the Planning Commission, I do know that they've exhausted other mediation attempts and other methods for resolving their issue. I don't know whether it's a single view perspective. Trevor, can you answer that?
Sure. I'm not sure how, the situation would develop, this is usually a situation where you have somebody looking over someone else's property, and then it's a whole series of resolutions and staff time that's involved in working that out, between them. If there is some type of, savings, maybe, you could have staff look into putting some kind of waiver process in place, to deal with that situation.
Okay.
And I would just make one point also, because this did come up at the A&F subcommittee meeting, and it was brought up by the speakers. Tonight, we're here to talk about the fee when it has to go through the planning commission process, right? So staff there are many steps that have to come into play with staff. They have to verify that certain things were met, that proper noticing was done. And so there is a lot of staff time in preparation for that. The other component that people are talking about is then who bears the burden of doing the actual work. That's not here before us tonight. That would be something that the council would have to address another way in an ordinance, in some other fashion. Tonight, we're just talking about these are the fees of when things are coming before the planning commission or council, and how we're charging fees for certain services.
Thank you, Lisa. Anybody on the council want to weigh in on this? Bruce?
So, first of all, Craig kept saying an appeal. I don't know that it would have made a difference to his comments, but this is a permit fee. This is not an appeal fee. And permits tend to be expensive for lots of stuff in Malibu, unfortunately. The statute, the ordinance, the way it works is confusing to me. I tried working my way through it. And help me understand this. You need to get a primary view determination first or not before you can ever go for preserving your primary view?
Correct.
And what do you pay for that?
I think it's, according to this in front of us, it's $351.
So you pay $351 to get your view ascertained and recorded. And then if someone violates it, it's going to cost you a couple $1,000s to stop them from doing that. I guess that doesn't make sense to me. I would think, if anything, it would be the other way around, that you would pay more money to get this valuable right, and you would thereafter not have to pay a lot to get the city to say you're violating that right that we established. But maybe that's a conversation for a future meeting where we can look at the ordinance in toto and figure out whether it makes sense the way it works. But I do have a hard time understanding why it should cost so much money to enforce a right the city has acknowledged exists. Unrelated to that subject that's in the report, I noticed, I was looking through all the fees, and one of the issues that struck me, because I remember it's from a prior meeting, was filming fees. And we're approving the whole schedule here, so I have a question about the filming fees. Does this include, when public land is being used, the actual permit to use the property, or is it simply the ability to do filming on the property so long as you've also paid for the privilege of using the property?
Yes, so filming fees are specific to a permit within the city. So whether it's on the city's land or on private land, and mostly it's on private land, production companies have to pay a film permit fee to the city, and that and it's also on, whether it's on the county beaches at Zuma or wherever. So those filming fees are purely for filming. If somebody requests to use city land, they also pay a fee to use the land. And that, I believe that's in the community services section for the use of land. So there's different things for using developed land like Bluffs Park versus in the past, they've maybe used the vacant land. Historically, film companies did parking, like at the Ioki parcel. They would pay a fee for that, and then on top of that, they would pay the film permit fee.
So that fee that you're talking about now would be, I mean, if somebody wanted to have a wedding on city property, that's the same fee as if somebody wants to film something on city property.
There's, and I don't have that piece in front of me, but there's a scale on size. So depending on the size of what is happening, but there are there are fees to do weddings, for example, at Bluffs Park.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is it seems to me we talked the other night about finding other revenue sources, and I would think that perhaps this is an untapped area when filming is desirable in Malibu, that maybe we could be making some more money. And it wouldn't necessarily be for a permit, because I understand we can't profit on a permit, but there might be additional ways to find revenue sources there. So it's something to be looking for. I understand the schedule can always be amended a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now.
And the other thing, the other piece to think about is there are restrictions on numbers of days for filming for properties in the city, and they apply to city-owned properties as well. So those maximum number of days per property apply to us. So
is PCH hours or someone else's for purposes of filming? Not okay.
Caltrans.
Okay.
Mikey, I saw you waving your hand.
Mayor Grisanti, if I could actually interject for one moment. We did get an email and straightened out Doreena's Zoom name if you still wanted to hear her comment.
I'd be glad to hear Doreena's comments.
Okay, we'll unmute her then. Dorina, you should be seeing a pop-up asking you to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Dorina.
Okay, I'm sorry, forgive me. Honorable Mayor, Mike, and City Council, I fully support the reduction of the view preservation permit fee, because it's way too high and deters from people from protecting their views. Views are a huge part of our home values and enjoyment of our properties. It needs to be reduced to a more appropriate amount for the trees and the foliage. Owners should also pay for at least half of the initial trimming, so the views owners aren't penalized for the tree owners' negligence. They should continue to pay for the full maintenance of the lower trees and foliage height. Also, if the view is protected, it should be from anything obstructing or including structure, such as with a potential building in front of the house that is moving off to its original footprint and block the views. I paid for my view to be protected, but now that they are building, why am I not protected? Thank you. So my house is the right above I live on Inland Lane, and they are building a home. And I did spend the money to have that one particular view not, just to be saved. And I'm just wondering, can we not lose our view? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorina.
Okay.
And I don't know if you were about to talk, Mikey? Yes, please.
Yeah, I think maybe move this along. So the view preservation permit fee, it's actually can be a fairly lengthy process of back and forth and taking quite a bit of staff time. If you look into it in detail, you can see that that's where it can end up. So when the staff does its job, it figures out what that can cost. So I think really the question here is, do we want to reduce it to make it easier to access? We already have an idea of what it costs staff to do it, and they have a methodology, which, I've gone through, and, it's all like many things, it's educated guessing, and it's in the neighborhood. So do we want to make that more palatable for people? Because it's a tricky situation. City Council spent a long time figuring out this process because it wasn't easy. And so someone else could have to give me more of the details, but it was a long time trying to figure out how to do this, and it's not entirely fair, like everyone points out. You end up having to defend it. And it can be expensive. So I think the real question is, do we want to make that more easier to obtain? And it's the same with the wireless communication facilities appeal fee. Same thing. Staff time's involved. They've estimated what that is, and the fee is high. So I think on both of them, that's the real question. Do we want to make it easier for residents to approach this? There's a system in place. It took a long time to put there. And there are a lot of steps if you really look into it, and you can see why it can be pretty tricky. So that's how I would look at it.
Thank you, Mikey. Steve? You're still muted. Still muted, Steve.
Yeah, I got it. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, how many view permit fees have we? How many view permit applications have we had so far? Or how many do we typically get a year? How many people come in and say, this guy's blocking my view, I got to pay $2,500 to get it? Any idea?
So again, we still don't have Richard, but my understanding is that we are in the process of one right now. I don't know that we've had more. I don't know that we've had any before that. Again, Richard would need to speak to that. But it's not a lot. I think the staff really hopes that this can be worked out neighbor to neighbor before it has to come to the city in a formal hearing.
So, I mean, and I was not part of I think we talked about this in administrative finance. I wasn't part of the study group. There was a huge study group. I don't know how many people were in there, where they defined this regulation and how it was going to work. So, and I just don't understand, remember why they came up with the stuff that they did. And, so going back and using that, I don't know. Let me get to Mikey's question. Mikey, I do think the view preservation fee is too high, and we ought to lower it and see what happens. I mean, we can always raise it back up again. If we get a bunch of people coming in just for the purpose of trying to bust their chops of their neighbors, we can fix that.
Would you like to make a motion to reduce it, Steve?
I'll go right when I get done, Paul. I will do that.
Okay.
And then the other thing is the cell tower fee. And I was just a little bit different on that one. On that one, I think it should be lower in the beginning because, the residents are sort of our canaries in the coal mine. They're going to identify where we got problems. They'll come forward. And the same thing, if we see that we're getting a bunch of frivolous lawsuits or frivolous complaints, we can always crank that fee back up. So I would like to reduce the permit fee, $750. Let's make it $750 and see what happens. And I think
you want to go from $2,641 to $750.
$750 or
I'll second the motion for discussion.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second to reduce the fee for VPP to $750.
$750 or $1,000. I can live with either one of those two. Gives them a break. And then on the same thing for the cell tower.
Can we finish with this and then come back to you to do the other one?
I can do them both at once, and you can talk about them both at the same time.
Okay, what's the other one?
The other one is the cell tower fee, which I think is $750. And I think in the meeting, Mikey, we talked about cutting that in half. At least for in the beginning to see what happens. And like I said, if there's a lot of frivolous complaints, we can always crank it back up. So that's my motion.
So what do you want to reduce that one to?
Half of $750,
$375.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. I think you got to pick. What, $1,000 or $750 for the view preservation?
We're gonna have a discussion. Let's see what everybody else thinks.
Okay.
I can live with either one of those two numbers.
I think I saw Bruce waving his hand.
Thank you, Paul. So I'm sensitive to the concerns about the expense for the residents. I'm also sensitive to the fact that this schedule was carefully designed to capture the actual cost to the city. I'd be more inclined to see 1,000, possibly even 1,500. subject to a caveat that I'm going to express, which is I would hope that we could bring this ordinance back at some point, not in the too distant future, and consider the following process change, which is that if you apply for a permit preservation and you're successful, the fee would be paid by the by the neighbor who blocked your view and who made you go through the process of getting a permit to require them to get it back to where it was. It seems to me that that would be a fair compromise, because it would be a sufficient fee to prevent people from just coming in willy-nilly, but it would also provide a disincentive for the neighbors to be unneighborly. I mean, and by way of analogy, my next door neighbor has trees. They're not in my view preservation area, but when they grow onto my property, I have the legal right to either leave them alone or to cut them at my expense, the part that's on my property. The strange thing here is that the height of your neighbor's shrubbery, whatever it is, or trees, is not where you can cut it legally. You have to trespass to get to their property to cut it. So basically the neighbor is preventing you from protecting your view by not letting you on their property to protect it. And if someone's doing that, I would think they should have to pay at the end of the day if they actually were guilty of that. On the appeal fee, I'm fine with the fee the way it is, but I have a question. I know, because we're applying here a whole big schedule. Appeals to the city council in general from the planning commission, they're a part of this fee schedule?
These are all planning appeals, so that they fall under, and I believe it's whether it goes to this council or to the planning commission.
So the $750 fee to appeal to the city council from the planning commission is part of what we're approving, right?
I believe so, yes.
So I would like to propose that we eliminate the fee entirely with respect to appeals that are further appealable to the Coastal Commission. And the reason I propose that is because the Coastal Commission gets the appeal immediately if you wish to go there, if you have to pay a fee for the appeal at the city level. Whereas if you don't have to pay a fee at the city level, you get to go take your free appeal to the Coastal Commission right away. And I think that we might have more control over the way things are going before it gets to Coastal if we don't charge a fee for a permit that's appealable to Coastal, because that will require any appeal to come to us first. So I'd like to make a motion, if it's acceptable, to eliminate the fee for an appeal to City Council on permits that are appealable to Coastal.
Trevor, can you speak to that, since we don't have Richard? I'm not sure what, and that's all appeals that we're talking about?
That's Richard.
Yes.
Oh,
Just appeals that are appealable to Coastal.
Richard.
Hey, Richard. Did you hear what Bruce was just saying about an interesting change to the fees we would charge for something that is appealable to the Coastal Commission? He believes that if an appeal to the city is free, then it will be heard by us before it goes to Coastal, and we may be able to influence the outcome in Coastal. Is that correct, Bruce?
That is the premise for my proposal, yes.
So my comment to that is that in the last 16, 17 years here, the council has experimented with appeal fees. And what we have seen happen with this is that, because at one point, actually, the council had directed us to charge a percentage of the actual permit cost, because they were trying to, because the amount of work, obviously, if there's a number of variances, or a bigger project has more work than a little project, so they tried to tie fees to the amount of work done. And what that effectively did was raise the appeal fee. And then all of a sudden you saw the appeals drop off. And now with doing it, and then at one point they wanted to look at lowering fees, and then we ended up, when the fees were very low, we got a lot of appeals. So the answer to that is that, yes, I do think if you were to eliminate the fee for those types of appeals, they definitely would come to us. we probably would see an increase in appeals. However, I don't, if that would preclude people from going to the Coastal Commission, because I have seen, it's been my experience that when folks feel that they haven't got the justice or the answer they're looking for from our council, they still tend to go to the Coastal Commission. But in general, yes, you are going to see them more so than them going to the Coastal Commission.
Right, but Paul captured the spirit of what I was talking about, which is this is not intended to prevent anything from getting to coastal. We have no power to do that. It's to require, in essence, that someone who's ultimately designing to go to coastal would have to go through city council first, and we would have an opportunity to, as Paul said, influence perhaps where it might end up.
Yeah, and I know what you're referring to in terms of if there is a fee charged for an appeal in the appeal jurisdiction, then you do have the option to go directly to coastal. So if you eliminated that, then that would eliminate that exception. It would also result in more appeals, coming to the council that you would have to deal with, and more, staff time that's going to be involved in that as well. So if you are going to do it with the new interpretation about the appeal jurisdiction from the Coastal Commission, you may want to just be specific, about which ones you're talking about exactly.
Can I interject for a second, Bruce? I really like your idea about the view preservation thing and having an appeal that's lost be reimbursed by the person whose trees are causing the problem. But I don't think the Coastal Commission appeal, typically the people who are being appealed to the Coastal Commission, everybody involved has more money than we're talking about, quite a bit more. And I think that if they're going to fight all the way to the Coastal Commission, they're going to fight all the way to the Coastal Commission, whether we charge them or not. And I don't want to mess with that, is my personal thing. But I do like your idea about the view preservation fee. So,
on the
Trevor,
if I may, on the idea of charging the fee to the person who didn't remove the foliage, that would actually be a fine rather than a permit fee. So we'd have to deal with that through the fine provisions rather than through the permit fees here tonight.
And I would imagine we would have to do that at another time since we haven't agendized that.
Yeah, we would have to notice that.
I still think it's a good idea. And it's basic economics, and it's a powerful incentive to people to just go ahead and trim their trees or work out a deal to go ahead and trim their trees. I've been gifted with lovely neighbors who, whenever I had an issue or they had an issue, we just talked about it and did it. But not everyone has been so lucky. So are we at 1,000 or 750 for view preservation? And I think Karen, you're recognized next.
Thanks, Paul. Knowing that the city is prohibited from charging more than these fees cost, I think we're obligated to recoup the cost. And I've heard what everybody has said tonight. I heard what the public speakers said. I do think we ought to bring that item back that Bruce mentioned, that you just followed up on, Paul. And
changing the fines, increasing the fine for non-compliance with the failure.
Yeah, can we just check that one off now, Trevor? Do we need to get consensus to bring that back?
You can just direct staff, if there's consensus here, to bring back options for increasing the fines for not for violations of an established view. If you would like staff to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to steal anybody else's idea, but I think that's what we're all talking about. And that
There's
makes
three
sense.
of us in favor, and I see Steve waving his hand.
I would just suggest if we're going to deal with fines, we want to have a bigger meeting on that because
of course
we're putting in more enforcement people this year. We should have some ability to pay for those enforcement people. So as they go out and see the things are being done incorrectly, there should be a fine to help cover the cost of doing that stuff. So there's a whole bunch of fine stuff we probably ought to take a look at. And the question, doesn't that go to the races to take a look at first before it comes to the, I mean, I'm not sure. Is that how it works?
Well, it would depend on, I think you'd want to get some direction from the council here about whether you're making a change to Chapter 17, the view preservation ordinance itself, or if we're just talking about changing the fine schedule. So I think maybe you want to put onto the calendar a discussion of the view preservation process and how that works, and then leave that open for you to give direction about changes you want to it.
So if we're just moving the payment of the fine for the person who grew the foliage and blocked the view, we don't have to go to Zeracis. We can do that here in the meeting. Is that correct?
Well, the fine schedule is not noticed tonight, so you would need to provide notice if you want to adjust the fines and the administrative fines in the city and deal with that issue. So it had to be separately noticed, since this is just the fee that's up here tonight.
And typically, the fees and fines are reviewed by the Administration and Finance Subcommittee prior to council presentation.
Right. Steve, do you know anybody on that group?
Nope.
Okay, Bruce?
Yeah, actually, I don't think we're talking about a fine. I think we are talking about having to go into the statute, unfortunately, because a fine goes to the city. We're talking about a payment that would go back to the neighbor who made the application to protect their property view.
Or perhaps it would just be that the mechanism for that could be as simple as making them pay the first $2,641 of any tree trimming charges.
Creative.
So I think we should definitely bring this back. Mikey, I saw your hand.
I just want to remind the mayor that we do have a motion and a second at the moment.
Okay.
Just not to lose track of that. But.
Okay. So are we agreed that we're going to change the view preservation permit fee? Or is there a thought that we're going to do that? Are we going to leave it at this?
I made a motion to change it.
Right. You made a motion to change it to $750. I believe Bruce suggested $1,000.
I'll go with 1,000.
Okay, Bruce?
Yeah, and Karen, I hear, doesn't think we should lower it at all, which is a respectful position as well. I would move to 1,500 if that would bring Karen down to reducing it.
I appreciate that. I think we have an obligation to recoup the costs. And if we have to compromise, I'm okay with that. So I'm okay with 1,500.
I think that, Karen, your point about recouping the cost, if we do this and then later change it so that the burden of it goes on the person who's let their trees grow, we've just lowered their impact. So if we leave it where it is, we have a larger incentive for people to go ahead and trim their trees and not have it get to that point.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I hear you on that.
Raise it again once we reverse the obligation if we go there.
We're under no obligation to only change this once a year, correct, Trevor?
Right. You need to do it at least once a year, but if you want to revisit any of these the permit fees, you are welcome to do so.
And I would just add, just to be cognizant, we would want to do that when you were considering changes, because we would need to do a public notice anytime we want to change it, and it will take 60 days to be effective.
Right.
So just so we can't do it
We're
on the fly.
If we're going to shift the impact to the tree owner, it's going to take 60 days anyway.
Correct.
I'm going to suggest that we leave it as the current number and agendize coming back with the change. Is that something that?
Well, you have a motion on the floor right now, so it would either need to be withdrawn or you would have to make a motion.
Well, we have a request to change the amounts from Steve. And we've been discussing that. We decide not to do it, we can just vote to go ahead, correct?
You can request a friendly amendment if that's if you'd like to do that. The amendment then would be that there would be no changes to the fees, and that an item be brought back to examine options for changing the view preservation permit to place costs onto the foliage owner.
Does that sound like something everybody can get along with?
That sounds reasonable.
Bruce, Steve?
Yeah, I just think we're gonna have to think through that. I mean, when they did the original view preservation discussion, they had 20 people, they had a consultant, and how many meetings they went through. Now, whether that made them smarter than us or not, I don't know, but it took them a while to get through it. So if we're gonna go down that path, gotta be prepared, it's gonna take a while.
You also could notice it for just to have staff provide an update about the view preservation permit process, how it works, why it was set up the way it's set up, and then at that point you could decide if you want to make changes to it. That'd be another option.
I would think Bruce and then me, please.
So Paul, if you'll take a further friendly amendment.
Sure.
So strange. A good compromise is one that nobody's happy with. And I know we have a lot of residents that wanted to go down to a really low number, Karen, and you want to keep it at where it is. I propose we go to $1,500 for this particular item, and we can always revisit it and send it back up to what it would recover our actual costs if and when we change the ordinance to reverse the obligation. So my proposal would be to lower this to $1,500.
All right.
I think Steve is made the motion, so he would have to address it.
I'll accept that.
Okay. Can we call a vote?
Okay.
I have not accepted the second though.
I'm sorry, Mikey.
I'm not going to accept that second, so let someone else do it if they want to.
I'll second.
Can we? Okay, so you're withdrawing your second, and now
Karen has seconded.
Okay, Councilmember Euring, can you restate your motion?
I can remember it. Yeah, I mean, we're going to drop the permit fee or the appeal fee for the view preservation from whatever the $2,500 it is now down to $1,500.
Okay.
Councilmember Euring, your original motion also included a reduction of the appeal fee for wireless communication facilities. Are you withdrawing that portion now?
Yeah, let's withdraw that portion. So let's get one done so we can.
Great.
Yeah.
Mikey?
Well, if he's withdrawing, it doesn't matter what my second is.
Okay, so the motion here is only to reduce the view preservation appeal permit fee to $1,500. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's correct.
And that was your second, Councilmember Ferrer?
Yes.
Can we call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
I appreciate the spirit of this, but I'd have gone lower, so I'm a no.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mikey, Paul, one quick, Mikey, I didn't hear why you said no. Could you just trying to understand why you voted no on that. Can you tell us that? Is that something we can do?
Yeah, I just thought it was still too high.
Okay.
With this current system in place, that's all.
Thank you very much. I got it. Okay.
Well, I just want to say I'm hoping that we will soon meet and change things to give people who go to their neighbor and ask for them to lower their trees to have an additional incentive for the tree owner. Okay. Are we done with this one now?
Let me ask, we had talked about the wireless permit or the wireless appeal fee. We want to.
What would you like to make a motion on that?
Yeah, $375.
How much?
Down to $375.
I will second the motion.
Any discussion? Should we call a question?
I just wanted to, I know Richard was gone earlier. Richard, are we just reducing the appeal for wireless communication facilities? Are we going to be able to carve that out in the fee schedule from all other planning appeals?
What we can do is do it as a separate line item. I think it would be the appropriate way to do this to achieve what Councilmember Euring has presented.
I think that's what we discussed at ANF as well.
Yeah.
And Kelsey, we can prepare that to be attached to the resolution. In that way, we can do an amended page that calls it out separately.
Wonderful.
And then I just want to make clear at some point, we're not at all covering costs on this, especially if we are going to have a hearing officer and in addition to all the advertising and noticing. So just making sure everybody was clear on that point.
You said, I agree with you 100%. I think this is something we've just got to keep our eyes on. If these things blow up, if we start getting a bunch of them, somebody's got to yell and we can put the money back up there. We're not trying to open the door and just sort of say we're willing to spend anything.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce?
Actually, on this one, I think that we don't want to be encouraging a raft of appeals by residents every time one of these facilities gets approved. And given that it is costly, why not recover our costs if the telecom is the appellant, because they've been rejected. So I think this is one where we should leave it alone.
I thought that the residents were the ones paying the appeal fees in this matter.
Yes, they're appealing an approval.
Right.
Well, it could be the other side appealing and denial as well. It's the same fee whichever side appeals the decision.
Thank you for pointing that out.
I didn't think of that.
And you can't have a different fee depending on who's appealing.
No.
Okay. I'm thinking I feel a desire to leave things as they are relative to telecom. Is that accurate?
I think I'd like to withdraw. I want to think about this a little bit more. We can always come back, but let's do it right.
Okay. All right. Do we need okay, so we now need a motion to pass the rest of the schedule of fees, I believe. Bruce?
Yeah, I'll move to pass the schedule of fees subject to the one change we made already.
I'll second.
Okay. Can you please call the roll, Kelsey?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to item 4B.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
I think Richard had his hand raised.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask if the council would consider, I spoke to the applicants for the Piedra Chica appeal, and the applicants are in agreement of a continuance so that staff could work on evaluating a response to some of the questions, with the particular one question raised this afternoon.
Okay. I have no objection to letting them go. Bruce?
Well, I just want to get clarification that if staff concludes that a variance is needed, it's not going to come to us in an altered form from the Planning Commission. It's going to go back and go through the proper process for a variance. Is that correct?
If it requires a variance, then we'll deal with that. But we would need to go through the Planning Commission.
Right. Okay. Then I'll second tabling it.
To continue to a date uncertain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do we need to vote on this?
Yes. Who had the motion originally?
I think Bruce.
Oh, I thought you did, Paul.
Okay.
I seconded it.
Okay. So the motion from the mayor is to continue to a date uncertain, seconded by Councilmember Silverstein. Is that correct? That's
correct.
Item 4C.
Are you ready for a roll call?
I believe we are.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
I may have to recuse myself. I voted on this with the planning commission, so I'm going to pass on it. I don't know whether I have to or I don't, but let's just be safe. And
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
4-0. Okay,
And the motion carries.
thank you. Moving back to 3B,
4B.
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 All right, good evening again, Mayor and Council. All right, so last fall, the City Council adopted a resolution amending the city's schedule of parking citation penalties. However, the schedule only included the county vehicle codes. While our volunteers on patrol are frequently the ones who issue citations, they use the county codes, but we recently found out that sheriff deputies usually use the California vehicle codes. Therefore, in order to be sure that the new fees will apply to the California vehicle codes as well as county codes, we recommend that you repeal the prior resolution and adopt this new resolution 2121. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Susan. I have a question.
Yes.
I was shocked as I looked at this to see that parking in front of a fire hydrant is only we're proposing an $83 fine.
You read my mind.
It seems ridiculously low. It should be at least as high as parking in a handicap spot.
Do we have to have public comment first?
Do we have any public comment that I've missed? I'm
We
sorry.
have one speaker, Mayor Grisanti. Chris Frost is signed up to speak.
I would love to hear from Chris Frost. Are you available, Chris?
I am available, Paul.
Please enlighten us.
Good evening, council and staff. Regarding the increase in parking fine amounts as proposed on tonight's city council agenda, I feel it is a very important step that needs to be taken to give parking violators pause for thought before committing a violation. Last year, the Malibu VOP team issued 17,045 citations in the city of Malibu. Our experience up to now has been that many of the violators feel that it is worth the ticket given the low fine amounts, so they do not have to be inconvenienced with having to park somewhere else. Increasing the fine amount will act as a better deterrent throughout the city. As we know, illegal parking has been a contributing factor to many of the traffic accidents that occur as illegally parked cars obstruct visibility, impair traffic flow, and result in generally unsafe conditions for the residents and visitors of Malibu. And if you would like, I would address what was just brought up about the fire hydrants, if that's okay.
Keep talking.
Okay, so back when we first put the schedule of fines together and raised the parking fines, Doug and I worked very closely with Trevor on this. And one of the points that was brought to our attention was that we can't raise the fines, say, we can't like double them or triple them, because by doing that, we're forming a sort of trap for people coming from other cities and that they wouldn't fly. So we had to be reasonable in our assessment of how much to raise them, which in our eyes was about $20 per fine. I agree that the fine for parking in front of a fire hydrant should be a lot higher. Parking on a sidewalk should be a lot higher. I generally would probably point out that if you parked on a sidewalk in Beverly Hills, you probably would never see your car again. But here it's an $80 fine. So I'm kind of feel like maybe next year we revisit this again and maybe do a little more research on some of these fines to see if there's a possibility that we can raise them. I also think that the oversized vehicle fine should probably go to a graduated 100, 200, 400 as the offenses mount up against the same vehicle. This will keep them from staying. So that is my my speech for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and he perfectly stated what I would have said, along with the fact that you need to kind of be in line with other areas, like, so we looked at other cities in the general area, the West Side cities, to be somewhat consistent and not completely out of line with those cities. But as Chris said, we'll be evaluating this annually, and possibly there'll be an opportunity in the future to get that fine up a little higher.
Bruce, or Trevor, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand, Trevor.
Yeah, Bruce, go ahead.
Susan, do we look at other coastal cities as opposed to cities inland?
You know, I'm going to ask Chris Frost really led a lot of the research on this. I don't know if Chris can come on, he can, or Trevor, you may know.
Well, I know he did, but you can bring him on.
I'm here. I'm here. Yes, we did. We went through cities such as Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Santa Monica. We also went through the COG cities as well. So Doug put together a pretty good spreadsheet, and Susan may still have that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, that's available if you'd like to look at it. But Trevor was adamant about us keeping this thing within the rails to be enforceable.
There's actually a vehicle code requirement that you standardize these within a county as much as possible. So that's why, Chris went through the research to look at, what the upper end on these are within our county. And, and that so we have a justification for that in case there's any challenge.
What about administrative fees? Are we allowed to tack them on in addition to the actual fine?
Well, I'm not sure what administrative fees you're talking about. Processing
fees. I guess if somebody challenges the ticket, isn't there some way that you can charge additional fee?
I think isn't there or some of the cost of the hearing officer, Susan. I had to pull it up, but I think we already have.
That's correct, Trevor. We have a administrative. You pay a fee if you want to challenge the ticket. You pay the full fee, and then it's a flat fee in order to request it to be reviewed by an administrative hearing officer.
Is that something we have liberty to increase, or is that something we have to stick with the way it is?
I direct that to Trevor.
Yeah, it's tied to the costs of the hearing officer, so it can't be a profitable. You can't make money off of it. Runs into due process issues if you charge more than the actual costs of what the hearing is going to be, because then it can be discouraging people from being able to exercise their right.
From when's the last time we looked at whether we were doing that?
I'm sure it was done when it was originally brought through, but I wasn't part of it when it came through originally, but I would imagine that was part of the process when it was imposed.
Trevor?
Yes.
Is it legal for us to determine that fire hydrants are actually bus loading zones, which currently are fined $263 for blocking,
well,
and sign them appropriately?
Those are all specific things. So if it is a bus loading zone, then that's what it would be. If they're located next to the fire hydrant, then you would be in both. But I don't know the regulations about how those can be located.
The handicap parking is 338. Steve?
Yeah, I mean, we're in a high fire zone. It seems to me that having somebody park in front of the fire hydrants, you have an argument that says they're putting at risk a whole bunch of people, and there should be some fine that represents that what they did. You guys have done the research on the back end. It says what you can or can't do. Well, that just seems like it's out of line. Big time.
Karen and then Bruce.
I think we all agree. I mean, if nothing else, this fire hydrant fine is, for some people, that's the cost of doing business. To me, it's just not right. And what's the trade-off? That the fire truck has to leave their truck in the middle of the street because there's a car blocking the hydrant. Then nobody can move in or out of there. I mean, this is
I don't know.
Literally not right.
I don't know if Susan or Chris has the data about the other cities in the county and what they charge for that, but I'm pretty sure that one is at the upper end. So to keep it within there, I mean, we need to keep it in the range of what else is charged in the county. Otherwise, you're exposing yourself to having it overturned as an illegal fine.
Okay, I hear that, but is this the upper end? Can we go any higher on this?
Susan, do you know?
I don't know offhand.
Ask Chris.
Yeah, see if Chris is.
Yeah.
He's pretty handy on those spreadsheets.
Yeah. Chris, are you there?
I want to point something out here. First of all, believe it or not, most of the cities I think are low on it as well, but we can tow on a fire hydrant. That's the difference. We have the ability to slap a 180 on the car and tow it. And if we're towing it, by the time they're done with the fees on that, our fee alone for the city is $150, which is administrative costs, which Susan ran the numbers on to make sure that's what it costs us. So,
Okay.
so basically your deal on that is, and we're trying to do that for this summer, is try to get those 180s put on those and have them towed. And that by the time you're done with that, it's about a $500 number.
Plus the inconvenience. So increasing your towing program may be a more effective way to enforce that.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. That's a good point.
Love the input. Bruce?
Well, I like doing both, actually. I would like to make a motion to approve this with two caveats. The one is we should raise the fire hydrant fee. And I think that we've got a legitimate police power argument that we are different in kind from all these other cities. Our city burned down, and fire hydrants are particularly important here. We're in a high fire area. We shouldn't be bound by having to compare ourselves to Santa Monica and Manhattan Beach and Hollywood or Beverly Hills. We're a different place. So I'd like to see that increased to whatever the maximum we feel we can get away with. Otherwise, the other caveat is I hope we can come back as often as possible with this and do as much research as we can about increasing these fees to the uppermost limit of what we feel we can do, because it's ridiculous. On the one hand, I actually don't want to see our residents having to pay fines all the time, but I suspect that it's not our residents that are the problem for the most part. It's the 15 million visitors, and there's no reason why they shouldn't have to obey our laws or pay if they don't.
Steve, and then Karen?
Do we bounce up against the Coastal Commission with fines? I mean, they don't care, huh? I mean, they care about everything else. I'm surprised that's not something they got on the radar screen also. Who knows?
Yes, it's economic. We're talking about, the price of fines here, and it's not to such an extent that it would,
prevent people from. Okay, got it.
Parking, it's by the vehicle code's requirements and state preemption, we need to stay within the range of the county. So we're never going to get to the range that I think it would become a problem with the Coastal Commission.
It only prevents those people from coming here who are going to break the law.
Bruce, this is Chris. If I can sound in one more time. The discussions, it's interesting because my discussion with Trevor, mine and Doug's discussion really did center around fire hydrants because we really wanted to bump them to $1.50 to 150 at the time. And we just could not find it anywhere that that fine was high enough. And I agree, we're in a fire area, so it should be higher. I agree with all that. My issue that I'm going forward, I'm thinking about is if the car were to get towed, he gets the ticket and the tow charge. So now it's up to about, I don't know, $550, maybe $600. That's a pretty good sized deterrent right there in my eyes, but that's only if it gets towed will it get up that high. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe you could go up to 90 with it, 95, but I think if you break 100 on it, you might be running into difficulty somewhere down the line.
Chris, do you have Chris, do you have the data about what the highest we were seeing in the county for that fee?
Not readily available. I mean, I don't have it here in front of me. I'd have to go look for the spreadsheets.
Yeah, because we want to have that support if we're going to go beyond, because I know you were trying to push the limit, and I can't imagine that we set that any lower than anything else.
Can we go ahead and vote? I don't think we don't have a higher number that has been suggested yet, other than what Chris did. And the last time we checked, he wasn't a councilperson. Karen,
I have
maybe next.
One question or suggestion. I think this ought to be a broader discussion beyond just our city. If we're all being held down by these regional averages, let's bump them all up. I got a parking ticket in Beverly Hills while I was in my car. It must have been at least 10 years ago, maybe 15. It was $100. and I was sitting in my car. So, you know, I don't know what we're doing. I think this is a much broader issue. This is not just a Malibu issue. And on top of it, we've got the high fire hazard severity zone aspect of it. And look at, we're going to summer. We just get choked. You know, everybody wants to just stay in their house until the weekend's over because it's a disaster out there. So I really think we need to look at rallying the troops on a broader level.
Can we get a
But
motion?
I realize we can't do that this moment.
Can we get a motion for a higher amount than $83? Bruce?
Yeah, I'll move to make that $100 and that we otherwise approve this. Trevor, do we have any like antitrust type collusion issues if we try to get other cities to go along with some group raise?
I think what you would want to do is you would want to contact other cities to study the issue and, you know, what was appropriate, you know, in terms of the impacts and, the harms done by parking in those locations. And, you know, everyone can do that, participate in that study together, and then they can bring it back to their councils together. And then you would have a good basis, and you wouldn't run afoul of, departing from the rest of the county.
I see Mikey hasn't talked in a while. His hand's up.
I was thinking that, you know, something that Karen could bring up with the COG, but then it probably occurred to me that most of the tickets the other COG cities get are their residents.
Right.
Because they don't have the same tourist overrun as we do. But maybe something interesting to bring up the COG, Karen. That's all I was thinking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say. Yes.
And a fire hydrant, you know, is something I think everybody can, you know, get behind.
Bruce, will you accept a friendly amendment to make it $98? If so, I'll second it.
Sure.
I'll second that motion.
So that's staff's recommendation, but adjusting the fine for parking in front of a fire hydrant to raise to $98 for the violation. Is that correct?
Correct. And I'd like to also have airplanes flying overheads with banners flying from them that say Malibu tows. But I don't think that's going to happen.
We didn't notice that on the agenda.
No, it's not.
Okay.
All right.
So Chris Ross is happy with that $98 number? He's been the guy.
I was muted, Steve. Listen,
okay.
You know how I feel. I would have doubled it if I could, but you know, between Trevor and Doug and I, we felt that just wasn't something we were gonna, you know, I'm good with it.
Yeah,
I'm good with the banners too, Paul.
Okay.
Can we, is everybody okay with voting on this now? Can we call the question? Kelsey?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
motion carries.
And as I understood, what we were doing was adopting everything with the change only to the fire hydrants, correct?
Right.
That's correct.
That was the
Okay.
motion.
Moving on. 4C has been continued. And we are now on 4D.
Paul, before we move on to that, just make a quick statement, which is
Sure.
that I always get blamed for making these meetings last forever. I just saved us a 2-hour appeal by sending an email this afternoon. This meeting will actually get done before midnight.
Well, that's good. And I'm just hoping that when it comes back, it doesn't take 15 hours.
What's the rule on starting meetings after 10:30?
The rule on starting meetings after 10:30 is that we have, how are you feeling?
Feel good enough to ask the question.
Do you feel good enough to deal with this with Cuthbert?
Let's get it done.
All
Get
right.
everyone home. Let's get through this. Let's move.
We may have to take off our jackets and roll up our sleeves.
Steve,
Okay.
did you already hear this item?
Say what?
Did you already hear this item on the planning commission or no?
When it came in front of us the first time, we didn't vote on it. We just sent it back. So there was no and it came back the second time, I was gone.
When I thought I was mayor, I had a question mark to ask you that, so it was still sitting there.
Yeah, no, I didn't. There was no vote.
Okay. Can we begin?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. What you have before you this evening is the appeal of an application that was heard by the Planning Commission. It's a coastal development permit for additions to a home that had burned in the Woolsey fire. And the original home to get it back was processed with a coastal development with a planning verification, and then subsequently a coastal development permit was applied for to allow for a new septic system and also an expansion of the home, which we'll be discussing in greater detail. If I could have the next slide, please. This is an aerial photograph and vicinity map of the proposed project. The project's located at the corner of Cuthbert and Phillip Road. It is on the west side of that corner. Next slide, please. The project you have before you this evening is slightly different than what the Planning Commission saw, and I'll get into an explanation of why there is a slight change. The coastal development permit was to allow for a 1,365 square foot addition, 6,800 square feet of new impermeable coverage, new site fencing, retaining walls, a new pool and spa, there was not one before, and the new wastewater treatment system that I mentioned. Next slide, please. So when staff first looked at this, the folks that had first looked at it, they had not realized, then this being our consultants, had not realized that in 1996, a previous application was submitted on the property. That application was not approved, and you also notice these plans aren't stamped. But what staff did observe from looking at these old plans, and we looked at this within the last month or two, I should say, what came to be identified in it was one, that the square footage between what was approved and what was presented on the planning verification and the square footage that we could find evidence of on these plans, there was a discrepancy. That discrepancy resulted in a 51 square foot discrepancy. That's the architect for the owner prepared the plans to the best of his abilities. However, now knowing that we had some form of evidence to look back at, as we reevaluated this, we saw it was 51 square feet difference, and we've rolled that in to this coastal development permit that's before you this evening. We've upped the number since this is a de novo hearing, and also because at the end of the day, the proposed house is still remaining the same size. We're just correcting that discrepancy that we recently found between the planning verification application and what was submitted at that time, and also what we found in our files from this. I'm sorry, it should be 1997. I keep saying 96. We have an appeal on the other side of the street, and there's plans for that one on 1996. Next slide, please. And also in those plans, we were able to find some sort of evidence of the height of the home. And that is one of the contentions this evening. When we had first looked at this, it was proposed to the city that the home was 16 feet tall, and that a 10% increase in that would take us up to the 18 feet. However, with these plans, what we've come to realize is that the old home at its highest point, it appeared to have a raised foundation based off of this plan, and also a site survey where we could see portions of the old foundation. At its highest point on the south face, we found this home to be about 14 feet. And then at another point, which was brought up to us by the appellant and his estimates, and we were able to confirm it, he is correct, that at another point the house was roughly 12 feet, and that would be on the elevation that faced to the east. And please don't pay attention to the higher portions here. Like for example, this new portion that has a bunch of windows, that was the proposed addition that was never approved. But with this, we were able to find that between the planning verification application and this, there was a height discrepancy. And because once again, this is a coastal development permit, overall, the house is staying the same. But should this coastal development permit be approved tonight, it would encompass the additional height beyond 10% that we have recently found out based on these plans, and also that additional 51 square feet. However, once again, the house is still the same house that was seen by the Planning Commission at the meeting when this was last heard.
Can you just repeat that last thing you said?
Certainly. So the house has not changed physically from the last time it was heard at the Planning Commission.
Right.
What is changing is the scope of the coastal development permit will now allow for this extra height of roughly 2 feet to correct for the discrepancy. And whereas before we had presented the coastal development permit had requested 1,314 square feet, it's now 1,365 square feet, a difference of 51 square feet. However, the home itself is the development is the same development that was in front of the Planning Commission. The house has not gotten larger or taller in the plans since this was last heard by the Planning Commission. I just, and perhaps I'm repeating it too much, I just want to be very clear with the council that in the time between the Planning Commission hearing and this appeal, and also based off of a meeting that staff had with the property owner, the appellant, and staff, all three of us together, based off what he showed me, it caused me to go back and do some extra digging in the city files, and that's when I discovered these plans. And we wanted to make certain that we are correct and we present everything to the council this evening. And so I hope that, I'll be glad to answer any other questions, but I hope that makes it clear as to why I wanted to identify that this CDP covers basically an extra 2 feet and an extra 51 square feet.
Basically, the planning verification approved more development than it should have based on the recent documents you had, so that the amount of the development, it's all the same project that you're seeking approval for, is slightly larger in scope. Right, Richard?
Yes, that is correct. It's 51 square feet larger and about 2 feet higher than what was represented in the planning verification. If I may have the next slide, please. So this is a site plan of the proposed development. This is the same site plan that was shown to the Planning Commission. And as you can see, there's the pool in the front of the house. The house is roughly in the same footprint as the previously approved home, or excuse me, previously existing home. And if I could have the next slide, please. These are elevations of the proposed home. As you can see, there's only one portion of the home. It's in that loft area that you saw on the site plan before, that reaches 18 feet. The rest of the home is around 16 feet in height. The applicant is lowering the grade just a little more than a foot. So this grade that you're seeing as the finished grade is a lower grade than the previously existing home. I may have the next slide, please. And here's some additional elevations to show the home, to give an idea of the height and the massing of the home. The appellant would be the property to the rear. So if you were looking at the top elevation there, the rear would be what you're looking at towards the right-hand side of the screen, the tall portion of the home. Next slide, please. These are some renderings of the proposed home to show you what it would look like. Next slide, please. This is a section cut through the property that shows the appellant's property to the right, 3016 Cuthbert, and showing the proposed home there on the left. This was prepared by the applicant's architect. As you'll see when we get to the aerial photo, staff does not have the benefit of understanding what the view would be of a home at 3016 Cuthbert Road. We could tell you what the view would be from the property, but not from a main viewing area or anything like that the code has us take into account when we're evaluating views. And the reason for that is that the property at 3016 Cuthbert is undeveloped. It's a vacant parcel. There was not a home there, nothing burned on that property. Next slide, please. The appellants have stated 3 reasons for why their appeal should be granted and a denial of this project. Essentially, what it boils down to is that there is a view easement on record, and the question over whether or not that view easement exists or not. The appellants have provided documentation demonstrating to the city what they believe to be their right, that there is a legally recorded ownership regarding a height restriction on the property, and those documents were not acknowledged by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did have those documents, they did look at it, but then they also had information from the property owner which demonstrated that that easement did not travel with the sale of the property. That information was also available to the appellant as well, and the city attorney's office did opine on this and rendered a decision that this was not something that would be enforced by the city, and also our city attorney's office did not make a determination whether or not it was a valid or invalid document. That would be something that would be a civil matter for a judge to determine. And then the second grounds for appeal was that the increase in height of up to 18 feet violates the deed restriction on the property that restricts the height of all structures on the property to not exceed 15 feet 5 inches. Once again, that would be a civil agreement should a judge determine for it to be something that is valid. Our city ordinances don't kick in terms of view preservation until a home is above 18 feet in height. There is no requirements in the city's ordinances that this home be below 18 feet. And the last point of contention was that the appellant requests that any decision should be postponed until a judgment is made regarding the pending litigation. There is pending litigation. The applicant can speak to it a bit further than staff, but it is our understanding that the applicant's title insurance company has filed a lawsuit against the neighboring property to resolve this issue. If I may have my next slide, please. This is an aerial photo showing you the relationship between the 2 properties. The appellant's property is the one that you see there in blue, and the applicant is in red, and you can see how the appellant's property is behind this property. It's to the north. It does look over this property towards the ocean. As I mentioned, we have no protected views for this property because it's a undeveloped property, and we have nothing to make a determination on. If I may have my next slide, please. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and approve the coastal development permit. I'm available for any questions, as well as the applicant, and the appellant is also here this evening. Thank you.
Okay, do we get the applicant and appellant or the public next?
Yes, so you get all of them. First, we'll hear from the appellant and applicant teams. They'll each have 15 minutes, which can be split with rebuttal. So when I unmute you, please let me know if you'd like to reserve any specific amount of time for rebuttal. Then we'll hear from the public comment, and then we'll hear the rebuttal.
Okay.
And the applicant gets the final rebuttal is the way.
Correct. It's appellant, applicant, public, appellant, applicant.
And we still need disclosures.
Why don't I start? I've driven by the property several times. I'm friendly with the people who live directly across the street. And and when the house first burned down, I spoke to the previous owners who were trying to decide what to do. But I don't think any of that is going to affect me on this matter.
Is there any information that you learned from that that's not on the staff report?
No, there isn't. Steve?
Yeah, the first time this came before the Planning Commission, and I don't know how long ago that was, I did a site visit on the house. We stood outside and looked around, so I got a perspective of what we were looking at, but didn't learn anything new that we haven't seen today.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else have anything to disclose? Mikey?
Yeah, I was riding my bike by that property a couple of months ago, chatting with some neighbors in the area, and the applicant called me over. I can't remember if I came back the next day or that day. So I walked the site and saw the issues, but it was, I didn't have plans or anything like that. And we just chatted about it, and I really didn't learn. I've learned way more from the staff report than I learned here. I don't think I've learned anything from that visit, other than you could see that the appellant's property in back was sort of higher, how that as we saw it in the plans that were presented. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Mikey. Bruce, are you scratching or speaking?
Just rubbing my eye.
Okay.
I was invited by the applicant and possibly the appellant to converse with them, and I declined in writing. Didn't learn anything.
Karen?
No ex parte meetings, nothing to disclose.
Oh, I've got one. I just remembered. The applicant called me at my office to invite me over. I told him I was familiar with the property and declined his invitation. So, are we ready to go to? Kelsey, you're going to have to keep me straight here. The first speaker is the
appellant, yes.
Appellant. We hear from the appellants.
Saeed, and we'll unmute him now.
Thank you.
Yes, just to clear up, we asked if Anne and Saeed could be on the same device. So we're both on this computer as Saeed Sadegpour. And
Can we get 15 minutes on there too? It looks like just 3 right now.
It takes a second to adjust it, but yes.
Okay.
And if you'd like to reserve a specific amount of time for rebuttal, please let me know.
yes, and thank you everyone for your hard work. Hello to everyone. We do have some slides to show thanks to Mr. Montano. And there's the first one. Thank you, Mr. Montano. Dear members of the council, with all due respect, this is really a case of abuse of process by the LLC and acceptance of this abuse by the planning department. Our appeal is also a respectful complaint to you, the highest administrative authority in the city of Malibu. Details are as follows. Next slide, please. After purchasing the lot in February 2020, the LLC misrepresented the facts in order to get a PV permit directly from the planning director over the counter in March 2020, and therefore with no notification to the public, including us. This objective was achieved by wrongfully employing option number 2 in red of the rebuild flowchart, which permits the planning director to give applicants a planning verification permit over the counter. The planning department did not verify the grossly exaggerated burned house measurements in March of 2020 and approved the LLC's inflated figures based solely on the signature of the architect. The planning department, for some reason, is still recommending the approval of the LLC's project, disregarding its own rules and guidelines specified in the rebuild flow chart and options offered to rebuild. Next slide, please. If the LLC had given its true intention, which was to build considerably more than 10% addition in height and/or square footage, the rebuild flowchart would have directed the LLC to rebuild option number 5 in green, which does not permit the planning director to issue a PV and requires full CDP. Next chart, please. The criteria difference between option number 2 in red and option number 5 in green are specified in this visual. Option number 2 allows the planning director to issue a PV. In contrast, option number 5 does not allow for a PV. A full CDP is required to follow option number 5. The facts have now come to light as acknowledged by the planning department and specified on the appeal report on page 2, third paragraph. Next slide, please. Which states, it was determined that the information provided in the PVWF application was inaccurate and that the actual height of the existing residence did not exceed 14 feet in height, and that the previously existing square footage was found to be in excess of the amount shown on a set of plans that were submitted to the city in 1996, and also has a height beyond 10% of the previously existing structure. As per acknowledgement of the city of Malibu's own rules will be violated if the city council approves this project. The LLC should therefore be required to restart the permit process, applying for a new full CDP, including respect for current setbacks, as per option number 5 of the referenced flow chart. Next slide, please. In addition, the LLC initiated a lawsuit against us, asking the court to eliminate a certain legally and duly recorded height restriction, which has favored our northern lot for the last 50 years, and which has been honored by all owners of 30181 Cuthbert until now. Last week, our attorney wrote directly to the City Council on this matter, and we hope you have had a chance to review her letter. And by the way, you can see the highlighted plaintiff is the LLC. It is not the title company on both cases, the lis pendens and the lawsuit itself. We do not think the City Council, as the administrative authority, should be put in a position of transferring specific ownership rights from one property owner to another. This judicial right is up to the court system. We respectfully request that the abuse of process which we have demonstrated be closely examined and that our appeal be upheld. My husband Saeed will now offer supporting evidence of the aforementioned. Thank you very much. And if we could have the next slide, please.
Hello. I would like to show some pictures to verify what my wife Anne was expressing. These pictures are either from public records or private sources with consent and a declaration of authenticity provided by our attorney directly to you. Meanwhile, I'm talking. Please stop me if any clarification is necessary. In regards to the height misrepresentation of the burned house, this 2009-2010 MLS front view picture shows an estimate of the height. Please note the standard entry door, which has a height of 80 inches standard. And also please note the profile of the roof eave. Slide, please. This is the front of the house in 1962.
This is 30181 Cuthbert Road.
Slide, please. The previous picture and this picture of 1960s are provided by Monica Ambos, previous occupant who you see as a child inside the car in front of the garage. Please estimate the height of the roof in your own mind in comparison with the standard 7 feet high garage door. Slide, please. This picture of 1960s show Monica's Uncle Paul, who might be 6 feet high, in front of the same garage. Slide, please. This slide shows the roof and height estimate from a photo analysis. That is, it has the, yes.
Yes, as you can see, the maximum height by the photo analysis is 11.4, a little under 12 feet. And you can see by the burned chimney there where the house roof slope was. And this is a Google Street View from 2019. So although the planning department backpedaled to 14 feet from 16 feet, they did not backpedal to the true height, which was below 12 feet.
Slide, please. Now we are talking about this plan, which the LLC is claiming in order to receive a PV over-the-counter approval of 18 feet height in March 2020. Please note that the specified height of the previous burned house is claimed to be 16 feet 3 inches as highlighted, grossly exaggerated from the actual 12 feet maximum modest home.
And this 16.3 was claimed just to get a PV for an 18 foot height to get that approved by the planning department.
In March 2020. Now, this is about the height. Now, I would like to explain something which is more important to the city than to us. Personally, this part is not as important to us. That should be to the city. This is in regards to the garage square footage of the burned house. Next slide, please. In 1997, a previous owner submitted 4 pages of plans to the city for some remodeling that they did not pursue and included surveys and plans of the existing structure. This is their measurement of the square footage of the garage. It's specified there, 427 square feet. Let's compare this with what the LLC is claiming. Next slide, please. In March 2020, the LLC provided exaggerated square footage of 660 square feet to the city for the same garage. Okay, now we are talking about the workshop that they claim that this old house has had it. Next slide, please. This 2012 Google picture shows a temporary unpermitted zinc roof claimed by the LLC to be a workshop. Next slide, please. The 1997 plans submitted to the city do not show any workshop. Next slide, please. The LLC 2020 planning verification plans approved by the planning department shows an invented 225 square feet of workshop.
If you look at that red circle, you can see there that same little workshop that was really essentially tacked onto the backyard, to the back of the garage. They have put an invented door on the left-hand side and an invented wall on the right-hand side to make it part of the square footage. Next slide, please. Our conclusions are this: the PV permit application does not follow the spirit of the Woolsey Fire Rebuild Codes as intended and takes improper advantage of the process by LLC. Submitted plans will be a new house and not a fire rebuild with 64% increase in height and over 200% volume. Abuse of process and misrepresented figures should be closely examined, and permit denied based on a falsified PV and the appeal upheld. Thank you very much.
I just want to add something else, that the original house did not have any raised foundation. It has 2 steps. We have been the neighbors for the last, we don't have the house there, but we have been going and coming for the last 17 years to that area. We have been the owner since 2004. And the 51 square feet that the planning director is claiming that is only that 51 square feet, that's completely a wrong statement according to what we explained. And then also the base of the original house is not the base of this house. The original house had 41 feet of setback in the backyard. This one, as the planning director explained, it has only 26 feet. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so now we'll hear from the applicant team, which is Howard Spent and Vitus Mater. We saw Howard raise his hand earlier, so we'll unmute him and see how they want to present.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll speak first, and then Vitus is also available to answer any questions.
Howard, did you want to save a specific amount of time for rebuttal or just whatever you have left?
I'll go quickly. I'll make it short. I've been a resident of Malibu for 15 years now. And when I did purchase this property, I selected an architect who was very familiar with the city and the PV process, met with the city multiple times to understand the requirements for processing the PV and the additional square footage. We followed all the guidance and guidelines. As staff's mentioned, based on the Sodapor's claims and providing the additional information, our square footage was off by 51 square feet. I don't consider that grossly inflated. And the height of 14 feet versus 16 feet, again, we made a best case effort using Google Photos to interpret what we believe was the accurate height of the house. I've read the Sodapor's appeal. I've reviewed the subsequent submittals to council. I believe the staff in the staff report clearly articulates our position, as well as my April 14th letter to the City Council. Our position is that the appeal should be denied, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any concerns the council may have. And my architect, Vitus Mater, is available to answer any questions regarding the height or the square footage. Thank you.
Okay, that's everything from the applicant. I don't know if you needed Vitus to speak now.
I'm available to answer questions. And the PV was put together, the application, to the best of our ability with what was available at City Hall and from the County Assessor's Office. We did not intend to circumvent any of the intention of the PV program, which is a wonderful program. And all the additional height and footprint that we've applied for was applied for under a CDP. It's just as Richard has explained, we've had to make some adjustments there because of the error we made in assessing the prior development. I'm on hand if you want to go over any of the details here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitus. I think that we hear from the public, and then we get a chance to ask questions. Is that how it works, Mikey?
Well, I think the applicant on the appeal still can have a time for rebuttal.
So we're going to hear from the public speakers. We have one signed up, and then we'll hear rebuttal from the appellant team and then the applicant team.
Very good.
Perfect.
Our public speaker is Craig Hill.
Craig, are you
Okay.
available?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. I'm not going to comment on the merits of the application itself. I just wanted to clarify one point. The staff report gives short shrift to the municipal code on proof of ownership and completely omits reference to the comparable LIP code on proof of ownership, which says that applicants must prove that they own the property, which is the subject of the application. And the LIP says in order to file the application, the municipal code says to process the application. Now, easements are part of the bundle of ownership rights that run with a property. They run with the land. A view easement is an easement, so it too is a property interest. Staff has characterized it here as more of a mere covenant, but it's an easement. So until the civil dispute over it is adjudicated or settled, the city would be acting prematurely in processing the application, contrary to the LIP and MMC. Now, the city's past actions on ownership have been inconsistent. In some cases, it has said, we don't get involved in civil matters, that's not our problem. But in other cases, the city has required applicants to settle a matter before going ahead. And the law itself is not vague. An applicant must prove ownership before an application can proceed. So here, when the city is saying we don't get involved in civil matters, it's doing precisely that, taking sides in favor of the applicant. And I'm not talking about the merits one way or the other. I'm just saying the city is prematurely getting involved. And I think that's particularly problematic because the appellant here has produced documentation showing a presumptive property interest with the view easement. So it doesn't appear to be, for example, a case of sour grapes or some abstract argument. A court case is in progress. A decision will be reached. And in fact, I don't recall the exact timing, but there was some representation that the court case could or should be settled within a matter of months. That might be helpful for you to clarify. So it seems to me the scope of your action is pretty clear. Respect the requirements of the LIP and the municipal code and wait for the ownership interest to be settled. Continue the matter. And any more immediate action you might take would be the city inserting itself in a matter outside its jurisdiction, potentially inviting litigation. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go back to the appellant. We'll unmute Saeed and Ann, and they have about 1 minute and 45 seconds for rebuttal.
You have to do it up here. Go ahead. Do you want to say anything?
Is there any questions we can answer?
When the city council is discussing it, they can ask you questions and it won't dig into your time, by the way. If you've heard anything you want to rebut, this would be an appropriate time to do it.
We would simply, for one thing, agree that it would be inopportune to give a permit for this building to go on if the court order, which was asked for by the applicant started the suit, put a cloud over our title. It stands to reason that they should wait for the answer that they requested before they go ahead and build. That's my only comment on that.
Thank you.
And I would like to make a comment on the 51 square feet mentioned by the planning department. As we showed even with the workshop and the extra figures that they put on the garage, the square footage really doesn't make sense. That is 51 square feet difference. And then on top of that, the height, which is our main concern, is the 14 feet versus, they gave us 18 feet height to the applicant, to the LLC, on the basis of wrong information, and that PV should be annulled. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll go back to the applicant one more time. We'll unmute Howard and Vitus and see what they have to say.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm a little confused. Planning Commissioner Hill voted against this project, and now he's testifying before the city council. And I wonder if that's appropriate or not, and if his information should be heard or considered. And in terms of the legal right of ownership, I've provided my title policy to the city staff and the city attorney, and my current title policy does not show any easement restriction on my height. And as I said earlier, Vitas and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Howard.
So that concludes the comment portion of the evening, and you can go back to council discussion.
Great. I don't know who wants to start. I have a couple of questions. So, Steve, go ahead and start. You're muted. Still. There you go.
Just some clarifications. The lawsuit that was filed against the appellant, was that filed by the title company or by the LLC? There was a slide that they showed us that said that was the lawsuit was not filed by the title company, it was filed by the LLC. Am I correct in that?
Page 119, it's the LLC.
The LLC. I mean, and the staff report says it was filed, somewhere in the staff report it said it was filed by the title company. I don't know where the hell that comes from. All right. This is another serial development program. All right. And Vitas has been around a long time. I mean, I've known him, dealt with him a lot of the planning commission. I'm not saying, but you know, there's a way to get around stuff. That's what they did in this case. They came up with a design that didn't have to get approved or didn't have to go get disclosed to the neighbors. The planning director could approve it over the counter. And then they come back a couple months later and add another 1,600 or 1,500 square feet, whatever the heck they did. And that is, it's probably allowable, right? I mean, you know, there's no law that says you can't do that. But boy, a little bit disingenuous in terms of what when you're reporting to your neighbors what's going on. I don't think you do it that way. And I do believe that this is going to be a spec house. And I don't think that makes a whole bunch of difference other than the fact that when you've got two neighbors who are actually going to live next door to each other, they have a lot more incentive to try and work these things out versus trying to go to court to get them settled. So I'll have more stuff, but just this is interesting. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Paul, back to you.
Okay, failing another hand, I've got a couple questions to ask. I've seen the claim several times that the maximum height that should be allowable on the property is 15 feet 5 inches. And yet when I look at the joint tenancy grant deed provided by the appellants, it says 6.5 feet from measured at the northern property line, if I'm reading this correctly. Do we know what the actual elevation of the soil is at the northern property line?
We do have, and I'm trying to bring it up as we speak, I apologize. We do have the survey as provided by the applicant that was done. Sorry, I'm trying to find it as we speak. That was done prior to them doing any work out there, is right after the site was cleared as a result of the fire. And the northern property line elevation, oops, sorry, I just passed it.
And I'm sure it varies as you go east to west, but
Yes, for the most part, it's relatively stable. The line there is identified on the survey as 260 feet.
And what does the building site start out after they went in there and reduced it? Took it down a foot or more?
On that same survey, they're showing the building pad at an elevation of 250 feet. So roughly a 10-foot difference.
Was that before they took the additional foot out, you said, or is that after? You said they sunk it into the lot a foot deeper than the original house was, if I believe.
That would be after. The number here would be 249. I apologize. I'm looking between finished grades and existing. So 249. The front door of the house is proposed is going to sit in an area that used to be 249 feet.
Okay.
Right.
So it's 249 where they're going to start building.
Correct.
All right, and that's where we would measure the height of the house from.
Yes, because that is the lower of the two numbers.
So by my count, that's 11 feet lower than the property line. And by my reading of the grant deed, they're entitled to an extra 6.5 feet on top of that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's our understanding of that easement.
So if the easement exists and it's found to be valid, they are entitled to have a 17.5 foot high house there, I believe. Unless I'm doing my math wrong.
No,
Can someone enlighten me from the appellant's team about where the number 15.5 came from? What
Yes.
mistake am I making in my math?
Thank you very much. We didn't know how to unmute to answer any of the questions that have come up, but here we are. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. The existing pad right now is 251 feet.
You're saying the surveyor was wrong?
No, the survey is 250.8. 250.8.
Okay.
Okay, 250.8. Okay, the mutual contour between the two properties is located, as Mr. Molika said, at 260. So that means 6.5 feet plus 260 becomes 266.5. That means the height of the finished height of the building can reach to 266.5 level. Minus 250.8 becomes 15.7.
Can I hear from the applicant's side for a second? What is the elevation that you're starting building at?
Yeah, Mr. Sodipur is correct. So the finished floor is 250.8. And I think the issue with the common property line elevation is that today, currently, it is about 266.5. 50 years ago, when this grant deed was recorded, that again it doesn't succeed to future purchasers. We don't know what that grade was when this grant deed was recorded. Over 50 years, there's definitely been some erosion. But there is, if the height restriction was determined to be valid, Mr. Sodipur is correct. It would be somewhere around 15.5 to 16.5 feet, depending on where that grade was in 1971, which again, it's really hard to determine 50 years later.
I can understand the difficulty. All right. And as to the other question that was asked, what is your arrangement with the title company? I would been in real estate for a long time, and I can guess, but I'd rather have you tell me.
So when I called Mr. Sadipur in August just to kind of introduce myself, and at that point he let me know he had this restriction over my property. So I immediately called the title company, and they asked me to file a claim. After I filed the claim, they wrote me a letter, and they suggested that the only way to resolve this would be to file a suit on my behalf, and they would retain counsel. And if you look at the lawsuit, the attorney's Fidelity National title. So even though, because I'm the landowner, the suit has to be in my name, but this was at the request of the title company, who's provided my insurance, and I followed their guidance.
Thank you. Very understandable. All right. Bruce, I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course, a lot of questions. I may have missed it, but I couldn't find the actual approved Planning Commission resolution in our packet. So I guess my first question is, did I miss it? Is it in there somewhere?
Let me get you the attachment number for that. That would have been.
Page numbers would be better if you can give me that. I saw a draft, but I couldn't find the actual one that indicated the vote.
I think it was a 3-2 vote, Bruce.
That's what I was trying to find. That wasn't anywhere in the papers that I could tell. So I'm trying to understand. Was this a 3-2 vote?
I believe that's correct. Let me bring it up for you.
I saw a reference to a 3-2 vote somewhere in here.
Oh,
I've never seen one of the things depicted, but as anything but a draft, though.
No. The other appeal that we skipped has it, and a number of others that I've seen already have always had the Planning Commission resolution at the end with the vote and signed by the chair.
Councilmember Silverstein is correct. Yes, it was a draft that was included, and I'm verifying for you right now, but I believe that's correct. It was a split vote like that, but I'm bringing up the original right now.
Is there any difference between the draft that was included and what was adopted?
That's where I was heading next.
Sorry.
That's okay. Looking at that right now. No, there were no changes to the approved reso.
Okay, so that draft was approved, and it was approved 3-2. Who voted for it and who voted against it?
Let me get that for you.
I could probably guess.
Yeah. If you can, I can.
I think we're actually supposed to be deciding this based on what we think of the appeal of the project.
Paul, I understand that, and in an appeal that didn't involve a change from the time it went before the Planning Commission to the time it comes before us, that might not matter, but I just want to get the facts to understand how this one came about. As I understand it, what's being asked for approval right now is not what the Planning Commission approved 3-2. So
I believe it is the same project. There's no changes to the project itself. There was an issue with the planning verification, approved more development than was required, but it didn't. The actual project itself hasn't changed.
So is the resolution we're being asked to approve, is the project we're being asked to approve identical to what the Planning Commission approved, or have there been changes that the Planning Commission didn't have before them when they granted their 3-2 approval?
So the only difference, so the the overall project is the exact same project. It's just that, and Trevor, perhaps you can help me here with this. The height and additional square footage was pulled from the planning verification and added to the coastal development permit. But the reason why we did not go back to the planning commission was because the end result is the same home. Trevor, did I explain that? Is that correct?
It's a planning verification that, there is an error in terms of how much could be approved through it, but that can be adjusted downward through substantial conformance. What's important is that before the council here, that the coastal development permit approves the difference between what the planning verification could approve and then what is being requested from the project. The project itself has not changed physically, is my understanding, Richard, between the planning commission and the city council. Is just new information came into account that would require the planning verification to be downward. If they try to build what was on the planning verification, it would have to be reduced.
All right, I'm gonna pass over that one because I don't understand the concept that the project is the same yet the description is different. But since it's smaller or lesser and not greater, it sounds like that probably substantively would not be an issue in any event. But now the appellant does say that, I'm sorry, Richard, when you were describing this, I think maybe one of the first or second sentences you used was, this is a permit for additions to a home burned in a fire.
That is
Did I write that down right?
Yes.
Okay. To my simple mind, I look at this, and this is what the appellant's arguing too. I don't understand how this is a permit for additions to a burned home. This looks like it's an application to build a home which is materially larger than the home that burned in the fire by someone that wasn't even the owner that lost the home in the fire. So how is this an addition to a home burned in a fire when there's no property there in the first place? No structure there at all. And the party that lost the house isn't even asking for anything.
Bruce, if I may help Richard out for a moment, under fire rebuild, the fire rebuild ordinance doesn't care who rebuilds the home.
I get that.
And as long as you permit it within the specified time, you're entitled to be treated as a fire rebuild. You don't get the reduced costs or anything like that, but it's a fire rebuild. And then if you want to build something larger than that, then that's a whole nother matter.
Well, that's where, but I understand that if all the current applicant wanted to do was replace the structure that had been there, give or take 10%, they'd qualify for the fire rebuild, even though they wouldn't qualify for the fee waiver. I think that's what you just described. But what I don't understand is how a structure that doesn't exist there at all now qualifies to be an application to be added to, as opposed to this being an application to build a whole new different house. I could see possibly bending the interpretation, although I think it would be wrong for someone who lost the house in the fire, but we're not dealing with that. So this doesn't, I'm concerned about the precedent. This does not look to me like a permit to add to a burned home. This looks to me as a permit to build a brand spanking new home, which is substantially more than 10% larger than the home that burned. And I can't find in the record a basis for thinking that it's anything other than what I just described. Maybe there's some technical legal argument I'm missing. I guess I'd like to understand that.
We all agree that someone is entitled to build a house 10% larger than what was there before, correct?
Yes.
This is a permit for that plus an addition.
So it's not a permit for an addition. It's a permit to build a home, including an addition.
It's a difference in search of a distinction. There isn't one.
I'm not sure it is. Because what if they wanted to build a 5,000 square foot home and they just put in an application to do that in the first place? Wouldn't that be I have a problem with that. It was referenced that this is a de novo appeal. I'm sorry, a de novo hearing. It's not a de novo hearing, it's a de novo appeal. So I've got problems with that. But the applicant claims bad faith. I'm sorry, the appellant claims bad faith. The applicant claims good faith. I'm not here to judge motives of anyone. We're not here to judge motives. I do have a question. The issue though is not intent, it's the facts. I didn't hear the applicant denying the facts that were asserted by the appellant in terms of the size discrepancies. I hear the appellant, as I said, saying they did it on purpose. I hear the applicant saying, no, I didn't. It's a good faith application. But are the facts that are asserted by the appellant as far as size accurate?
The facts on the size, based on, in terms of the height that he presented, is you can, both I would say in that one elevation that he showed, if you noticed in our PowerPoint and in his PowerPoint, I think he showed it around 11 and some change. We figured it to be 12 feet based on the previous plans that we found. So we do agree on the height of the building with the appellant that, yes, it was 12 feet at that one portion, and then had the appellant showed you the south elevation where we did find that that elevation drops off, and the house, whether you want to call it a raised foundation or a raised slab, the issue is, the garage was at a fixed elevation and the house was raised from that garage. The garage, there was a step between that garage and the floor of the house. So we do generally agree with the appellant on what they proposed for the height, because yes, one portion of that house was definitely 12 feet. And in terms of the size, with that, we based our judgment, and I haven't, and I'm sorry if I missed this in the appellant's presentation, but for square footage, we have based our square footage off of the assessor's records and using that site plan, and then also the application that was filled out by the previous owner back in '97.
So maybe you just answered this, I didn't catch it. Is the appellant right that the garage size is overstated, and is the appellant right that the workshop did not exist?
I do not agree with the appellant on the size of the garage. And the reason being, I know he stated something about being oversized, but we based our value of the garage on the dimensions given to us by the county assessor, which seemed to also match up with the size of the remaining slab. I want to say that was 20 by 21 feet. And then the workshop was a covered structure. And yes, I do agree with the appellant that I think that based on looking at the information we have now from '97, I think that it was embellished in that planning verification application. I don't believe there was ever a door. They showed a picture. It was covered. Yes, we have that in aerial photographs, but I don't believe it to be an enclosed space.
So the square footage of the workshop is not part of the square footage of the home that's being expanded upon, correct?
It is included in their application.
No, I'm asking if it's properly included, not nefariously included, but should it be included?
Sure. We have included that square footage only for the reason that due to the age of that structure was something that you could have built under the county without a permit, and it did have a roof greater than 6 feet. And that is the only reason why we left it in the calculation, because it was a solid roof. And to be square footage in our code, you don't have to, our code doesn't look at enclosure. Our code looks at, is the roof solid or open to the sky? And based on aerial photos and photographs, that was solid to the sky.
So in preparation for the prior appeal that was tabled, there was a dispute there about what gross square foot meant. And there was a dispute there about whether the garage should or shouldn't be counted. Nothing that I've seen would suggest that an exterior space that has a roof over it and open on both sides would be counted towards your square footage. Is that a different issue altogether? Because I mean, I don't understand how you include that just because somebody put some posts up and put a roof over it.
Sure. Gross square footage, and let me back it up this way. Total development square footage has a very specific definition in our code. And when we look at house sizes for the purposes of the local coastal program, the and also our municipal code, we are interested in total development square footage. And so because of that, that, like I said, that has nothing to do with sides. There's been debate over the past few years, do we or do we not include covered unenclosed spaces, I guess would be the way to describe that. And at one point, we had excluded those from all our square footages. That interpretation lasted about a year. And then the council directed staff back to including anything greater than 6 feet that's solid to the sky, regardless if it's open. Staff was directed to count that square footage. And it's one of our written policies that's on our website.
Okay. Now, the garage, the appellant says, based on having actually been there physically and seen the building that existed, it wasn't as large as was what was permitted. Is the staff and the applicant going solely on a diagram that showed what should have been there, or has there been confirmation of what was there?
So what we used for our evaluation of the site, and I'm trying to bring it up again as we speak, were the assessor's records that were provided to us by the County of Los Angeles. And then also, when we were looking at this, we did our best to utilize the, sorry, going the wrong place. We also did our best to utilize the survey that was taken, and that survey was stamped by a California state engineer, licensed engineer to do the work. And based on that survey, we had what was left of the concrete. But our numbers came, as I mentioned, also from looking at that plan from 1997. So we based our numbers on any written evidence we had that was not from the applicant, and then looked at what the applicant provided. So when staff came up with the number and added 10% to it for the purposes of this appeal, that square footage was based off of those 97 plans, which we did share with the appellant, so he does have a copy of those, and what I showed you this evening.
Okay, I'll have a couple comments about the restrictive covenant, but those are comments, not so much as questions. I have one last question, and this is for Trevor. Trevor, if we as the council, or if I as a council member am satisfied that the garage was smaller than the documents reflect was permitted and was assessed by the tax assessor, but was in fact smaller, does the law allow us to use what's on paper but we know wasn't there, or do we go by what our determination is of what was physically actually there?
I'm a little confused. You're asking what you can rely on in terms of making a determination of the evidence there?
Assume for the sake of argument that I'm persuaded by the appellant that the garage was materially smaller than was used in the plans. But I'm also accepting what Richard says, that it was assessed as being larger, and there's other documents that reflect that it could have been larger, but I'm satisfied factually it wasn't. Can I nonetheless rely on the documents even though I understand physically it wasn't what is reflected on the documents?
In terms of evaluating what? In terms of are you looking at whether the PV was validly calculated?
Yes.
Okay, we're not reviewing the PV. You know, what you're looking at here is at the coastal development permit and whether you can make the findings for the coastal development permit, which is basically, we should be looking at the structure, the completed structure here, and whether you can make the findings for what that is.
Wouldn't it make the addition, the so-called addition to the house different?
Bruce, can I help out just here for a second?
Yeah.
In homes of this vintage, the construction usually had the house and the garage separate, and there was a covered breezeway in between them. And what happened during time is people, when they first want to make some additional storage space, the breezeway ended up getting walled in. And I could walk you through Point Doom or any other neighborhood in Malibu that's been around for a while. and point out easily a dozen places in an hour that you can see evidence that that conversion happened at some point. It was something that typically happened in houses that were built in the 50s and 60s. So I think that this is.
That's not what I understand the appellants are saying occurred here. I don't see them saying that there was space between the garage and the house that was included improperly. They're saying the garage is extended substantially out further than it was.
I think if we were to revisit the picture that they showed, you'll see a separation between what they're determining to be the original house slab and the original garage slab.
Maybe they could answer that.
Well, I see Saeed's got a hand up. Are you there? Is that something you want to answer?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I have several answers about these questions. About the garage, specifically in 1997 plans, it shows to have 427 square feet. Now, there is a breezeway there, but that breezeway is a part of the 2,291 square feet of the main residence, because as you see in that plan, all around it, there are dimensions. And if you add up all of those square footages, including that breezeway, would be 2,291 square feet, according to the assessor's office. So it's true. So either the LLC is double calculating that breezeway both in the square footage of the house and the square footage of the garage, or if he wants to separate them, that breezeway is a part of the house if you add up all the square footages of that area on the left side or on the east side of the building. The garage is 427 square feet.
Paul, does that comport with what you were explaining, or is that something different?
I'm thinking back, I'll let Richard speak, but I've been thinking back to the pictures that were shown of the cars in front of the garage and the shot of the house from the yard. It certainly looks like a continuous structure at that point when those photos were taken.
Right, me too.
Richard?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, there was a misrepresentation in that last piece. The house is basically 4 boxes, and if you would like, I can see if I could perhaps screenshot the assessor's records and we get that over to Alex. But you have the main rectangle of the home, which is 1,829 square feet. Then in front of the home to the south, and the south would be down. To the south, facing the ocean, there's another, it looks like a square, but it's slightly a rectangle. That area is 462 square feet. When you add the 1829 and the 462, you end up with the 2,291 square feet. And that was the 1950 home.
Right.
Then you had a 190 square foot area. That was your covered breezeway. Attached to the covered breezeway was then the 400, and this is based on the assessor numbers, 441 square foot garage. And then over time, as the mayor pointed out, the garage became larger because the wall was moved over and the covered breezeway was included into the garage area, and then hence the larger garage. But those are the square footages of looking at the assessor's records. And it seems to made up with other documents that we found that you have, like I said, 2,291 square feet. And then from there, you would add on the breezeway and the garage. Which
okay. I have some comments that and possibly a question about the covenant, but let's move on to other things if other council members have questions first.
I think I had Karen had her hand up, and I think Mikey had his hand up. Does either of you wish to go?
Yeah, my comments are brief. I mean, this staff report is, I forget, 122 pages, something like that, Richard, yes? The facts are in dispute, but, you know, I'm not going to repeat the staff report, but I don't see basis for the appellant's claims. I mean, the staff report lays this out item by item, and unless we call the facts into question, I don't see a way to grant this appeal. You know, and I look at it's getting close to midnight. I'm not going to sit here and read the staff report back to everybody. We've read it. So that's what I have to say.
Steve?
Yeah, I'll give you one reason. If you look at the findings that you have to make to approve this project, one of the findings says the development does not disturb any public or private protected views. That's the finding you had to make. And I don't know how you can make that finding without knowing who's got the right title report.
Steve?
So could I ask a question about that, Richard? What's the right to a protected view when there is no house on the property claiming it?
That is exactly it. As I mentioned in the presentation, that's the issue here. So one, they are under 18 feet, so it doesn't trigger the city's view protections. And the second issue is that our view protections are evaluated from a main living area. Our code is very specific in that. You don't do it for a vacant parcel.
Thank you. That's my point, Steve.
If they've got this easement that says they've got a protected area, right? Isn't that a private view? Isn't that a protected private view? So I read it. I look at it and say, you know,
may protect your view, but it's a height restriction.
Yeah, it's still a.
Can I ask another question? The section we see through the property shows that the height of the house that's proposed does not reach the elevation of the pad on the appellant's property. Is that correct?
That was in that, yes. And the reason for that is that I'm trying to get you a number here. I'm trying to look to see if our survey goes off the property to get you, because the slope transitions between this property and the neighboring property. And Vitas may be able to help us with this as well, what the neighboring pad elevation is.
I think it's on page 75. Depicting the pad as being somewhat higher than the house that's proposed.
Pad elevation would be for the neighboring property around 270, 272 in that area, using that those topography lines shown there on page 75.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it would be, the house would be looking over it. And that's really the difficulty here that we had when looking at that, is that there's an issue of views, and essentially what you have is a neighbor asking us to enforce a deed restriction or a private agreement. And that's something that we did check with the city attorney's office, and perhaps Trevor would like to speak to that.
Yeah, we don't have a site plan review here either, so there doesn't have that view language we're talking about. But just because the city approves this project doesn't mean they necessarily can build it. It's just saying that it conforms with our code. And so what you're evaluating here is a coastal development permit, and whether you can make those 3 findings for the coastal development permit for this property or what you would not be able to make. That's what's before the council here tonight.
Okay.
If the court later says that they're not allowed to build over that height, then there's a civil remedy to that, and they can be enforced by the court, and they're already in that process.
Steve?
Trevor, you apparently you made the decision that said there's 2 title reports. There's one that says I've got a protective easement, and the other one says it's not there, right?
Well, we all have the same documents before us here, and
yeah, those were the get 2. How did you figure out which one was correct?
We're not making a final determination about this. What we require is the applicant provides evidence that they own the property and they have the right to build, and they have put that evidence forward here.
You're saying even though the other person has a protective easement, you're saying we can ignore that. You want to ignore that. Why is that? Why is that fair to the person?
It's not ignoring it. It's not. It's what they're presenting here does not provide any grounds for you. Where is the grounds to deny the permit? That's what is the issue.
Why is it not prudent to let this thing go through the courts? I mean, I don't know how judges work, all right? But I mean, if this guy comes in and starts building the house, all right? I mean, we could end up with Judge Wapner, who says, well, okay, the house is built. I know this other guy was right, but we're not going to make him tear it all down. We'll figure out some other solution for it. That's not fair to the person who's got the protective easement, I don't think. And somehow I think our job is to be fair to both parties, to make sure we're not putting anybody in an advantageous position over the other one until we know what the hell the right answer is. I think.
Sure. I would just say that the city council here isn't a body that's designed to go, adjudicate complicated covenants. And
I'm not trying to adjudicate anything. I'm trying to find a fair process that says we know what we're doing and we're being fair to both parties. That's all I want to do. I want to be fair to both of these guys.
I'm going to take a shot at, I'm sorry, Bruce. Go ahead.
I have some comments about this issue that we're talking about now, but I'd like to hear Mikey's.
Let's not crawl down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with our authority.
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, I promise you.
Okay.
I don't agree with Steve, but I'd like to hear what Mikey has to say about everything or questions before I go further into the covenant issue.
Thank you. Mikey?
Okay. Yeah, I think this is, I hate these issues, you just wish that it would all work out, and here we are and it doesn't. So 2 issues to me. I know one that has driven Steve crazy for a while, and I totally get it, on, the difference between a Woolsey Fire CDP and a regular CDP. And that's been brought up by the applicant as well. And we've gone over that before and where our code is. And so that's I get it. That's kind of where we end up here now on that issue. And then the height issue, which we can't solve. We simply have no basis to solve that. And that's up to another court. So as I understand it, the builder of this house is taking a risk if they somehow were able to get going quick enough before this court case was resolved. And we've seen in Malibu where you got to change it and take it down. We've had people build 2nd stories over the weekend, a couple of them I know, and that didn't work out for them. So I don't know how we deal with that issue, and I mean, because obviously you have 18 feet by right, they even lowered it a foot. It's really not, been, I ride by there a lot, so I've looked at it. It doesn't create a huge view issue, but that's not the issue they're claiming. They're claiming an actual covenant there, and that's outside of our purview. So I find this to be that the staff did a good job, but it creates a difficult situation. Their analysis, I don't see any problems with it, but there's reasons this house may not be able to be built the way it is that have nothing to do with the staff report. That's what I see at this point. And I see the issue Steve brought up multiple times. That issue filters in here too, related to Woolsey Fire CDPs. So the way it's presented right now, I would agree with the staff's recommendation. I don't know how it works out in the end, to be honest. I really don't, because I just don't, this issue isn't done. That's just how I see it.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I'll make that motion. To get
I'll second it.
Okay.
Discussion, Bruce.
Yeah. So on the covenant issue, I mean, first of all, I don't buy the argument that the easement or covenant, whatever, impairs ownership. It's a restriction on what the owner can do, but I don't believe it stops them from being the owner. And I don't think they're required to wait out civil litigation before they're allowed to try to move forward. And I also agree with what Trevor has been saying. You know, it's not within our purview to decide this private legal dispute. However, I wonder whether we could not require a condition to the permit that if the litigation comes out adverse to the applicant, they're going to be required that they consent in the permit to raise the offensive part of the building. They're not going to be able to argue it's not equitable at that point in time because they've gone into it with full knowledge that they could be violating the appellant's legal rights. And by the same token, I think the indemnification for the city needs to require whatever one might consider to be the appellant's damages that they would sue us for letting this go forward. So let the parties, this is kind of the discussion we had earlier about the tree trimming. Let the parties work it out in the free market. If the appellant wants to go forward knowing that they might lose the litigation, they should know there's going to be a substantial cost imposed for having made that decision to go forward. If they choose not to go forward, that would be prudent, and they might go forward and be right. Let them let them put their money where their mouth is. I wonder whether they're even going to be able to get financing to build this. I don't know if they're self-financed, but I wonder if they're going to be able to get financing to build something that might have to be raised. But can we condition the permit on an agreement that they will waive any equitable defense to complying with the covenant if it should turn out that the covenant is enforceable?
The application already requires to be compliant with federal, state, and local law. So if there's a court order that's going to say that the height can't exceed that, they would already have to require it. You also mentioned the indemnity provision. Fortunately for the city, we are statutorily immune for damages based on permits that we issue, so we don't have to be concerned about monetary damages related to that. And they are already required to indemnify and pay for our defense if our decision here is challenged.
Okay, so go back to the other thing that I'm talking about. Equitable defenses are often asserted as a basis for excusing somebody's violation of the law, and courts can grant equitable exceptions. Can we condition this permit on an agreement to waive such defenses, such that if the appellant is right in civil court, this house has to come down to where it would have been to comply with the statute? I'm sorry, to comply with the covenant.
I'm confused what you're asking. You're asking them to waive.
Waive any defense they might assert to the remedy.
The applicant?
Yes.
Well, they wouldn't have any. I mean, we're issuing the permit saying it's compliant with our codes here. If they are trying to make some kind of defense against the third party, anything they're going to agree with us in the permit is not going to be binding. It's not a contract between the applicant and the appellant.
No, if it's a condition to going forward that they waive their equitable defenses to the remedy of having to comply with the covenant, then they would be bound by that agreement if they pursue their permit, if they pursue the construction under that permit. Can we do that?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what form that would take and what language we would be putting in here. I mean.
All right, fine, I hear you. Let me ask one more question going back to the thing, and I don't mean to prolong this, but was this an actual properly asserted 10% Woolsey rebuild, which was then expanded, or was this a more than 10% that was originally applied for and which was then later expanded?
You're leaving out the owner in between the current owner and the person whose house burned down.
No, whoever made the application to rebuild plus 10% before they tacked on additions, which is how it's been described, was the original plus 10% application within the original plus 10% guidelines, or was the original application actually in excess of original plus 10%?
The original PV application, right?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that's what you said, Richard, correct? That the original application sought, based on the evidence they had, or, otherwise sought an approval for over what ended up being 10%. And then that was later,
Yeah, but I thought, I could be mistaken. I thought I understood that the original application, which was thought to be a rebuild plus 10%, was based on erroneous calculations or assumptions, and was in fact more than an original plus 10% from the beginning. Is that inaccurate?
No, you are correct.
Okay.
Between the time of the Planning Commission meeting and this meeting, we have determined that yes, the numbers were not accurate, height and square footage.
All right. So the original application didn't qualify for the original plus 10% Woolsey Fire rebuild, correct?
there was an error in the approval.
Okay. So this is not that's why I say this is not an addition to a rebuild. This is actually a full-blown application to build a larger home. So I can't get past that.
I think I'm ready to call the question.
I thought you did already.
Yeah.
The motion was staff's recommendation, correct?
The motion was staff's recommendation. Kelsey, are you still awake?
Yes, I am. Councilmember Pearson.
Is there a second?
The second was from Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Councilmember Fair.
Yes.
Councilmember Euring.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
No.
Motion carries.
I believe that concludes our agenda for the evening.
Mayor Grisanti, you did reorder the agenda to put items 2B and 2C last. It's up to you if you still want to hear those tonight.
It's pretty darn late.
It'll be without me, I'm telling you that.
Okay. I want to, Steve?
I just got one quick, Mikey, and I was going to bring this up the last couple of meetings. We had this conversation with somebody proposing an ad hoc committee for the homeless project that's going on, the homeless.
Yeah, we need to get to that.
Thank you for bringing that up.
I'm going to bring that up I'm going to try and get that as an item on next week's agenda so that we can get that, we got to get that resolved. I mean,
Do we have consensus for that? I think so.
Yeah, no, we got to get to that for sure.
Okay.
So can we?
Yeah, we can just bring it. Someone can bring it forward as an item too. It doesn't have to be.
There's consensus, it seems, to put that as an agenda item.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Bruce?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Are we adjourning in memory of Carol Moss?
Yes.
We are.
Indeed,
We're going to honor her again in 2 weeks, I believe.
Thank you.
And a roll call for that motion to adjourn. Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson.
Yes.
Councilmember Fair.
Yes.
Councilmember Euring.
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion
Thank you
carries
all
and
so-
you are adjourned.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you all.
And especially thanks to the staff for hanging in with us.
Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.